morning, everybody. It's great to have everyone join this call today, this fundraiser for KW Cares. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our fourth annual Multiply Your Business fundraiser. My name is Lexi Rodriguez, and I'm the CEO of KW Cares.
And I'm Rachel Elder. I'm the VP of Development for KW Cares.
We are so excited about today and everything that all of you are going to learn from our incredible speakers. But before we get into the actual educational piece and the learning event, I did want to take a minute just to bring everybody up to speed about our ongoing efforts in response to Hurricane Helene and Milton. This fundraiser was designed to help us replenish our reserves to help others during times of natural disasters and in our response to natural disasters. And so it is important that all of you understand what we're doing out in the field to help our KW family, in particular in response to these two storms that we just had. So in Hurricane Helene, we have given out more than 220 grants for a total of $523,000. and 601 generators. In total, over 1 million of support has been given in response to Hurricane Helene to our KW family. And then we had Hurricane Milton right on the tail of Hurricane Helene in Florida. We've given 42 grants there to date and over 200 generators, an additional $300,000 worth of support given to our Florida family. So between those two storms, a total of $1.3 million. So that's what we've done thus far. And we will be in it for the long haul. We are in it for the recovery effort, helping our Keller Williams family that are going to be recovering from these two devastating storms. We anticipate that we will be giving over $3 million in support to the victims of these two storms. We know that more than 100 of our agents lost everything in these two storms, and those agents will qualify for a large grant with us of up to $30,000. So when we multiply that out and do the math, we have a $3 to $4 million assistance, a need of assistance coming down the pipeline here very quickly as we work with our agents and our KW family into next year and the years to come as they recover from these storms.
I know, Lexi, you actually got to go down to South Carolina recently and see the impact of the storm and the impact of everybody's generosity. We have some footage from that, which is really exciting, of you on the ground, and want to share that video with everybody now.
Yes. Okay, folks, what I'm going to say is that I say this when I do all my speaking engagements with our Keller Williams family. Don't ever hire me to be your RTT. We're having some technology issues on the video, so we are going to play that as soon as we can get that up and running. But I did want to just wrap up my initial few words here to kick off the event by saying, although the devastation is real in the Carolinas and in Florida and some areas of Georgia from these storms, what is really touching to me, having just been in the Carolinas, and this is the silver lining for me, was to see the way our Keller Williams family came together after the storm. I met dozens and dozens of agents that met me and our volunteer teams up at the Market Center in Asheville to help distribute generators and water. And these agents were personally affected themselves. Some of these agents had lost their homes, their entire homes, and they showed up to help us help others. And I can't tell you how much that moved me and how their stories stayed with me and their stories of hope and inspiration as we move into the future. The other thing that I have been really really touched by in terms of what I call the silver lining is to see the outpouring of generosity from all of our Keller Williams family across the country and the stories that are shared with me. Agents that are doing garage sales in their driveway that are raising $300, $500, all of that counts. And it is so touching that people feel so inspired that they're giving of themselves in this way so that we can continue to help our Keller Williams agents affected by these storms. Our tagline is family helping family, and we are seeing that played out at its highest level in response to these storms.
Yeah. And while we weren't able to show you the video that we hope today, we definitely want to go ahead and kick everything off.
Yep.
Would you like to introduce our amazing host?
Yes. So all that being said, I want to turn this over to our two fantastic, fabulous hosts who also happen to be two board members for KW Cares, Mike Dooley and Kelly Henderson. So take it away.
Thank you so much. I am actually live. I wanted to be Ryan Seacrest when I grew up, but my wife said I could never be that cool. But we are in Northwest Arkansas, baby. Kelly, and I know we're going to get to you, and I know you built in crowd noise, but obviously I'll go through a couple things for us. But we just wanted to share with you guys, why are we doing this? This is the 4th year of our annual fundraiser, which is so cool. I will just tell you guys, when we thought about this event and how to give back, and I was just explaining to one of our vendors this morning, if you think about Family Reunion and Mega Camp, those are such amazing events, and you come back so inspired. We wanted to bring this right in your living room for you, for our market centers, for our regions, for our guests, for only $30. Just so you know, what an opportunity. And I looked at our lineup, Kelly, and let me tell you, over $100,000 of speaking fees for some of these people are going to be right in your living room for $30, which is so cool, or in your market center. We have a goal, and we've set a goal for $350,000. Me as a salesperson, as a realtor, just like you guys, I said, we got to make that number $500,000. Lexi and Rachel just talked about the giving that is need. And obviously when we were planning this months and months and months ago, so many amazing people in doing this, we did not know about Helene and Milton. So we were obviously, pre-thinking, how do we give and how do we do this at a high level? We are 99% to our goal. 99% to our goal, baby. And we are pretty excited. But as you know, so many are going to need help today. And I would ask you to pour into your own business and your own life today, taking amazing notes from James Saul, Gene Rivers, all these people I've idolized. Take that into your business so you can give and give 10x at a high level. So let's go ahead, Kelly. I've been saying, hey, go ahead and bring in that crowd noise for us, right? So
Mike is here. No, it's so good to be with everybody today. I'm coming to you from sunny Arizona, which is why I had to hide out in this cool dark room because it is still hot here. But welcome. If this is your first time joining us at Multiply Your Business, we are so excited you're here. And to be honest, we are ecstatic about the content today because realistically, it's been a rough few years, right? And for a lot of our agents, what we're really missing out on is just getting back to the basics. And so when we created and curated content for this event today, we wanted to get back to the basics of our 3 L's, right? Leads, listings, and leverage. And I'm just so excited for us to be able to learn while also giving, because at the end of the day, with everything going on, it's heavy on the heart. And we are with you in spirit and in love for everyone affected by Helene and Milton. And we're just really excited to have the support of almost every single region in the entire company here with us today.
That is cool. That is awesome. And I know some of them are giving at a high level. I've heard people talking trash. I know some regions that are way up there in their giving. And I know you're going to get to it later, but there is a special surprise if a region raises a certain amount. They get Mark Willis live and in person and spending some time with them, which is awesome.
We love giving away other people's time, people. That's why we're here for, to get you connected with all the best people.
So go ahead, if you will, and go ahead. The chat functionality is live and it is there. If you chat to Kelly and Mike, you might not get a response because we might be working a little bit, but we have amazing team members there and they will be answering your questions, how to get to links, how to do things. And just so you know, we're going to tease it now, but who doesn't love a playbook? Kelly, do you know this year, 4th year, we're getting better every year. We're going to have a playbook for our VIPs. So we'll tell them more about that. But I'm going to go ahead and introduce another video for you. And I think technology is going to work and is going to be on our side as we get going. But if not, if it doesn't come up, that's a good opportunity for you to get to your computers and your laptops and give at a high level. but this video is going to roll right now.
KW Cares, we love you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you to all of the folks that donate to KW Cares to make this happen.
We have over 1,000 associates that were affected with this hurricane in an area that you would never expect it. By Friday evening, we began to learn how severe things were, and we were quickly trying to understand what is it we could do. KW Cares, unlike anything you can imagine, sprung into action.
Another role I have is I'm on what we call our Carolinas Disaster Relief Team. Mark Brenneman's the lead, and I'm kind of his right-hand man. And anytime there's something like this in the Carolinas, we go and just do whatever we can.
They didn't have water, no food, no grocery stores, no gas. And within 48 hours, I had a convoy from KW Cares show up. Standing, I was alone because no one could get out of their houses. And I stood in our parking lot and watched 10, 12 trucks show up, and it honestly brought me to tears.
It's been unbelievable, the number of people that have showed up for each other. In all the bad, I've seen more good in the last 5 or 6 days than I've maybe experienced in my whole life. The agents, when they walk in and they see that there's food and water, and sometimes we're the first people that they've seen since this happened.
I think what we want everyone to walk away from that gets to see parts of these interviews and whatnot is every month, whether it's a monthly contribution, whether it's a $10 or $20 or $50 out of a commission check, or when we have our annual fundraisers, the money that you give then, that money makes a huge difference in the lives of the people that are affected. This is not something that anyone should take lightly in terms of the impact you have on others.
Kelly, I don't know if that was, go ahead.
I was gonna say, over here in my office, someone must have been cutting onions. We get to see so many impactful recaps and videos and sizzle reels, which is a weird word to describe something so terrible. But I'm so grateful to be off camera for that video because I was crying like a baby. My heart just aches, and yet I'm so grateful for this amazing KW family that we have.
I love being involved with KW Cares. So at headquarters, I see how it changes our lives when KW Cares says, hey, we need someone to go down to the warehouse to load generators, cleaning supplies, etc. in the back of these big giant trailers that we send out to disaster areas. When the call comes of we need to contact every single market center in Florida and make sure that everyone is taken care of there. This is about changing people's lives.
I mean, what sets us apart? Is it the models, the training, the technology, the structure of the franchise agreements, etc.? I mean, those things definitely matter. But I know for me and for many others, it's also about the genuine culture of caring. And KW Cares is an integral part of delivering on those values.
I spoke with a mom of 4, and she had a 10-month-old, 2 elementary school kids, and a preteen in middle school who was trying to take care of his siblings. All she wanted to do was take care of her kids. And I remember talking her through the emergency grant process. I mean, her biggest worry was like, where can I get diapers? Where can I get food?
I've actually had a front row seat to see how the KW Cares natural disaster response changes lives. And that was during the Texas ice storms of 2021. They sprang into action to provide vital resources to the community as soon as the disaster started unfolding.
Knowing that if you get into a situation where you need extra help, it's going to be there. KW Cares is there for all of us.
Some donations are used to help an agent or a loved one survive, and for them to have hope, feel supported, and move forward in their lives.
I would like to tell anybody out there who is thinking about making a donation to KW Cares to just do it. Make the donation, no matter how big or how small. Every little bit helps.
My family plans every year to donate to different organizations, and KW Cares is at the top of that list every year and always will be.
I don't know why I volunteer to do this, because it's just a day of mascara that I need to apply differently. Anyway, nobody knows when disaster will strike, and really that's why we created Multiply Your Business, because the ultimate example of win-win in and around our agents. Because realistically, when you come to events like this and your business grows, your capacity to allow your money to do the good that it does comes into play. And that's really why we're excited to share all these phenomenal speakers. But I know Mike gave you a little bit of a preview earlier. As a thank you for every one of our regions that hits a $10,000 fundraising goal through our Multiply Your Business efforts, your agents, your office are going to be getting to experience a coaching call with one of my favorite humans at KW, if I'm being honest. If I had to rank people, Mark Willis is right at the top of that list. And I'm so excited for you to get the opportunity to have some incredible moments with him. Mike, can you tee up some great people who made today possible? Help educate our awesome agents about our amazing sponsors.
Yes. And you know what? I love it. Every year we're getting better and better at bringing more content. But now we have sponsors that have just realized, hey, we want to pay it forward. We want to be great affiliates, great partners to give back. And at the top of that list with our gold sponsors is Top Flight Financial. And I looked into them a little bit. You want to do this. You know, we want our agents to give back to our affiliates and our vendors that are paying it forward. Reverse mortgages, renovation loans, all of these things right available for you. And we'll make sure we have logos and websites for you throughout the day. Clarity Now. Just so you know, our own market center, they have market center programs too. We've met with Jeremy, we've done demos, and we're looking at doing that. As you look at business planning time, what a great way. And I heard our RD David say this the other day on Clarity Now. How great is it if we want to take a 2-week vacation, but you still need to hit your goals? Well, now you have a system that attaches to Command to help you do that, which is pretty cool. We have 2 more amazing sponsors. Our silver sponsor is Choice Home Warranty. We want to thank them for everything they're doing 24/7. When I looked at it, who doesn't love 24/7? That's pretty cool. Residential Transfer Solutions, your move solutions right for you. So pretty exciting stuff. Thank you for helping bring today possible. And a little bird, I've been getting a couple texts that said we might be really, really, really close to our goal. So thank you, everyone. It's pretty exciting to see. I'm seeing those $350,000 lights come on.
It's a good day, Mike, for fundraising, and I'm so excited. But what I'm really excited to do is introduce one of my business partners. Cody Gibson and I are investors in our market center here in Phoenix, and I'm so excited for him to really kick off our foundational basics of our 3 L's today. So let's get to it with Cody reminding us of the importance of those 3 L's. Take it away, Cody.
Hi, thank you for attending this event. It's so special to us, and it's so important for us to be a part of what's happening today. And of course, everything is benefiting KW Cares. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being a part of it. I'm Cody Gibson, and I wanted to speak for a moment around the idea of the 3 L's, right? Leads, listings, and leverage. And when you think about the idea of leads, listings, and leverage, we have this tendency in our businesses sometimes to get completely, I don't know if you're anything like me, I have a tendency to get completely off track sometimes. I get so busy being busy, I get so busy doing whatever it is that I'm working on, and I forget just how simplistic the business can be. You see, I forget sometimes just how modeled the business can be, all the way back to Gary's book in the MREA, which teaches us leads, listings, and leverage. The challenge is sometimes we tell ourselves a different story, or we have some type of narrative. And I don't know about you, but sometimes it's like, well, that's important, and that's important, and that's important. And sometimes those things are important. Though what is important long-term over time, leads, listings, and leverage. As much as I've worked with the top agents in our company and the top agents in our industry, there's been nothing that can't be solved by going back to the 3 L's, leads, listings, and leverage. In fact, I used to think before I was in Gary's private mastermind, I used to think, okay, in this room behind this door is going to be all the most amazing thinkers, the biggest thought processes, the biggest minds of the industry, and they are. But what I thought was behind that door, they were somehow having some type of conversation that I'd never heard of. I thought that behind that closed door where Gary's top agent mastermind met was like the secrets of the universe for real estate agents. The crazy thing is, when I got invited into that room and I walked through those doors, I found out what they were talking about: leads, listings, and leverage. I always thought maybe at that level, they kind of graduated from that. What I've learned is the higher the performer, the more likely it is they want to go back and talk about leads, listings, and leverage. So here's what I want you to think of. When it comes to leads, I want you to think that leads solves every problem that you have. If you have a challenge in your business, leads will solve the challenge. The problem is, for a short period of time between here and here, wherever you are today and wherever you want to be, if leads is going to be the bridge that you're going to walk across from here to there, it will potentially be messy for a while. We call that sometimes the mess in the middle, or the messy middle for a real estate agent. Think about selling, just like 2 homes a month, and you want to go to 10 homes a month. Well, leads solves that problem. But during the time that you're solving the problem with leads, you're probably creating a giant mess. You've got this challenge and this challenge and this challenge and this challenge. And the lead challenge that you're going to face, it won't be easy, but it will be what moves you from here to there. When you think about leads, there's nothing more important in your business than having a lead to work tomorrow. One of my favorite sayings I heard from Bruce Hardy originally, and he said, you can't sacrifice tomorrow's business to service today's. So one thought that you might consider is this. On one hand, we want to make sure that we give top-notch service. We want to give we want to give level 10 customer service. In fact, if you want to build an amazing real estate sales business, you're going to have to give level 10 customer service, like world-class service. Though the challenge and what you're going to have to wrestle with is that while you're giving this world-class level 10 service, you still have to generate leads to work tomorrow. And if you don't generate leads, you don't have a business to work tomorrow. When you think about leads, listings, and leverage, the only reason that we generate leads is, well, there's 2 reasons. We have business to work right now, and we have business that we can work tomorrow. That's what we have. When you think about business to work right now and business to work tomorrow, I want you to think of it this way. Lead generation uncovers a sale. Lead conversion uncovers a business. Those are 2 wildly different things. And on one hand, you're lead generating almost like looking under a rock, looking for a lead, looking for a lead, looking for a lead. On the other hand, the faster you can lead generate so that you have conversion and lead follow-up. You remember, like, when you think about the idea of lead follow-up and lead follow-up being lead conversion, that's what uncovers an actual business. Because on one hand, we're lead generating. The challenge is, if you and I lead generate all day today, we may or may not find a lead to work right now. However, we're going to find a lead to follow up on tomorrow. And one of the mistakes that I see my friends make in the business is we get really locked in on lead generation today as if we're only going to find leads for today. And we only need one new business or one new piece of business today, and then it's almost like we're done. And I want you to take that and set that to the side. A far better way to build your business is to lead generate thinking, well, there might be a piece of business to work today, but what I'm going to get is I'm going to get 15 or 20 or 30 pieces of potential business, humans, to follow up with later. And we've all heard the term that the fortune's in the follow-up. The challenge is I need you to believe that the fortune's in the follow-up. It's one thing to say it, it's another thing to know it. You see, when you say, oh yeah, follow-up, 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 and we know it's important. That's almost like saying it from a brain level, right? But when you live it and you really understand that the fortune truly is in the follow-up, then you live it here in the heart. You know it. And they say the longest distance you may travel is from your head to your heart. It's kind of like when someone who is, well, my son's 22, right? And he made the comment, he goes, Dad, I know that marriage is hard. And I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about, actually. You're 22, you've never been married. You just, that's something that you say, you don't know that. Now you talk to somebody who's been married for 40 years or 50 years, and they've been through the thick and the thin. That person, when they say marriage is hard, they're saying it from the heart. Do you see the difference? And remember, the longest distance you may travel is from your head to your heart. So when you say the fortune's in the follow-up, is it coming from here or is it coming from here? When you think about the idea of leads, listings, and leverage, now the leverage piece, right? You generate leads so that you can take listings, whether that be buyer listings or seller listings, whatever you want to, it's okay. It's all business. The challenge is when you think about leverage, the mistake that most agents make is they think leads, listings, and leverage. And as soon as they have enough leads to drive enough listings to need leverage, they zip out and they hire humans for leverage. Remember what Gary teaches us. Gary teaches us that when you're doing all the things that you can do, then we want you to bring in systems and models to increase the business. Then when you're doing all the things that you can do, then you would bring in some type of administrative help. In fact, when you look at the MREA models, you've hired more than 2 people before you ever hire a salesperson to go work on leads or to go work on lead conversion. One of the mistakes that agents make is they work enough leads to get enough listings that they go and hire a human like a buyer's agent or an agent to work on their team or whatever you want to call it. And before you know it, they have no administration, they have no operations, they have no structure. And so the mega agent, if I'm the mega agent in this example, I basically end up becoming the operations person or administrative person for the salesperson that I hired. Remember, Gary teaches models and systems, models and systems. In fact, some of you might be able to get to 4 or 5 or 6 pieces of business or 10 sales a month before ever needing administrative help or ever needing actual humans that go work with buyers and sellers. Remember, the moment that you bring in humans to work with buyers and sellers in your business, you're going to pay them a greater portion of the commission. In fact, for an easy number, let's just say that you split it. Well, if you hired a human to go work with the buyers and the sellers in your business, you're probably starting at a 50% pay to them, which means 50% to you minus expenses. I've got some really, really good friends in our business that can do 5 and 6 and 8 and even 10 pieces of business, and they do all 6 or 8 or 10 pieces of business. They're the salesperson. Now, behind them, they might have 2 or 3 administrators, and they have a whole plethora of amazing models and systems to allow them to do that much business. So I guess I say all that to say this. I would rather you be slow when you're hiring humans. Gary teaches us to move slow through that. I would rather have you move fast to hire models and systems. And think about what technology can do in your business, right? So you have leads, listings, and leverage, the triangle that Gary always writes. And I want you to imagine a circle that goes around that triangle. Now, what you package to your leads, listings, and leverage is your service plan, your communication plan, your 36 touch, which, by the way, remember in the 36 touch program or the 36 model program that we teach at KW is that might be 36 touches, that might be 48 touches, that might be 60 touches. You heard recently from an agent that was on stage at Mega Agent Camp that has an amazing real estate sales business with 41 touches. So I don't want you to get hung up on the whole 36 touch thing. For some mega agents, we're communicating with our database 60 or 70 or 80 times a year. So 36 touch, it's a placeholder for what that means. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to start with 36 great touches and then go from there. I want you to have 36 great touches, and then I want you to move forward in your business. So when you think about great touches, one of the questions that Gary asked our private mastermind group one day, he said, all right, I want you to think about all the people that you're communicating with in your database. Now, if you stopped communicating with them, if you took them off the list, how long would it take for someone to call you and say, hey, I used to get all of your amazing stuff, someone took me off the mailing list. Where's all my amazing stuff? And when he asked that, we all looked at each other and said, I don't know if any of my clients or customers would call me and say, hey, you used to send me these emails and these touches, and now I don't get them anymore. Why did you take me off it was kind of one of those comments that hit you like right between the eyes, right? And I thought, I don't know. And what he was trying to get us to do was to put pressure on our touches to make them so good that somebody would say, hey, how come you took me off the list? And so I hope you got the idea from that. Now, what I want you to think about when you think about service plan and you think about the database wrapped around your leads, listings, and leverage, I want you to think about the idea of communication, how you communicate with your customers. Now, what you might be doing is you might be texting or calling, of course, in a TCPA and do not call list compliant way, of course. When you're communicating with them, are you using social media? Are you using direct messages? Are you using social media and allowing it in such a way that they comment on it and that they hit the like button or the heart button? Are you like my friend Ken Pozak and you're crushing it on YouTube? There's more than one way to communicate with your database. One thing I'd like to submit to you, though, is this. Before our time is done today, I would submit that you take the easiest low-hanging fruit that's possible. The easiest low-hanging fruit that's possible for your database of 200 or 500 or 4,000 people is the DTD2. It's a model we teach in Bold, and that model is do the database too. And if you think about doing the database too, I don't have time to teach all of it today, but in simple form, it means this. It means each week you call 2 letters of your database. And if you look at the way we teach it in Bold, we don't put A and B together. You would put B and E together. And we kind of make it fun, like bacon and eggs. It's an easy way to remember it. But let's say this week you would call everybody in your database whose name starts with B or E. And then next week there's 2 more, and the week after that there's 2 more. And we already have a system for this. So there's 26 letters in the alphabet, right? And so that means every 13 weeks you've called everybody in the database, which means if you actually follow the model to this, then probably 4 times a year, your entire database has heard your voice. What we've learned is you could send the most amazing emails, you could send the most fantastic touches, you could send the greatest postcards that have ever been known to mankind, though the secret sauce is hearing your voice. Now, whether that's on a voicemail and you leave a quick voicemail for them, or you actually connect with them and you get to actually talk for a couple of minutes, both can be fine and you could build a business with both. But remember, it's difficult, if not impossible, to transfer urgency and emotion with the written word, which is why hearing your voice is so important. Now, if you're anything like me, if you're doing the do the database 2, the DTD2, there's a week that you miss. That's just called real life. Like, life shows up. And so what we always teach is if you do the database too, and you do that system, then 4 times a year they hear your voice. That probably means for you and I, just mere mortals in the industry, maybe we miss a week here or there. So what that means is every single person in my database will probably hear from me 3 times a year, which is probably 2 or 3 times more than they would hear from the average agent. Now, I'll leave you with this one thought. When you're doing the database too, and you're using social media and you have leads, listings, and leverage, and I want you to think about like a stool, right? If you have a stool with 3 legs, leads, listings, and leverage, all of a sudden, it's a pretty balanced stool. You can sit on that, right? If you take one of those legs out, then you only have 2 legs, and you're going to have to do this. You're going to have to like balance on it. Challenge is most agents don't even have 2 legs on the stool of their business. They have 1 leg, and that's like a pogo stick. So I want you to think these 3 legs makes a stool easier to sit on, right? It makes it stronger. Now then, if you take those 3 legs, leads, listings, and leverage, and you add in communication and database and talking with your clients and your soon-to-be clients, well, all of a sudden you have 4, 5, or 6 legs, and you'll see more stable, more stable, more stable. If you're like me, I'm real visual. So for me, I think, okay, gosh, in the last month, I've kind of fallen on this. I've lost one of the legs to my stool. No wonder it feels a little unstable, or I feel like maybe I'm doing this a little bit more. Thank you for being a part of this day. There's so many amazing agents and so much talent in Keller Williams, and you're going to hear from so many of them. Thank you for being a part of this. Thank you for giving to KW Cares, and all of those dollars go to help our family members when they have challenge and they have need. Thank you for being a part of it. I'm Cody Gibson. Enjoy the day.
everybody. It's your friend James Shaw. Thanks so much for participating in this amazing event with KW Cares and supporting KW Cares and allowing the impact of KW Cares to spread throughout this company. I thank you and celebrate you for participating. My name is James Shaw, and I've been a master faculty member with Keller Williams University for 8 years. And of course, the last 4.5 years, I've led the Pivot Shift Ahead Facebook group. And I've learned a lot over that time. I've learned a lot in the nearly 20 years I've been with Keller Williams as a team leader, as an agent, and as a Bold and Maps coach in so many different seats. And when they asked me to jump on and share with you today, I thought, what is it that would be of immense value to you? And what I want to do is teach you some lessons about success that I think we underestimate and undervalue when it comes to how to succeed in today's world. And these are lessons that I've learned in the last 4.5 years in leading the Pivot Shift Ahead community. So I'm excited to walk you through them. And really what it's truly about is how simple it is to be successful. Now, we know it's simple, it's just not easy. And what I'm going to teach you today is going to sound overly simple. You probably won't walk away going, oh my gosh, that was the best 10 minutes of my entire life. But you should walk away with clarity about how to win. Let me share with you why. This is the time of year we start setting goals for the upcoming year. You reflect on the previous year and think about the upcoming year, and you get all excited about it. You get pumped, and maybe you're excited about how you finished or disappointed about how you're going to finish this year. It doesn't matter to me. But I do know that wherever you are right now is really not that important. Why? Because we tend to overestimate the event. We overestimate the value of what we can accomplish in a year, and what we underestimate is the process, or what it is that we can accomplish in a day. Success for us is really about one thing. It's about being boring. Yeah, if you're boring, then you're successful. And here's what I mean by that. Boring people know the process, know the things they've got to get up and do every single day to make sure that they win, that they succeed, they hit their goals. And so as we sit at this time of year thinking about what's ahead, I want to teach you a strategy that I think ultimately is super important in you succeeding. And it comes from my friend Brad Stulberg, who wrote a book called The Practice of Groundedness. And in that book, The Practice of Groundedness, Brad teaches us these steps on how to succeed and how to win. And the first thing is set a goal, which is probably what you're working on this time of year. You're thinking about the goals that you have and the things you'd like to accomplish in the coming year. And so once you set the goal, well, then the next thing you do is you have to figure out the steps required to reach the goal. And not just here's how many listings I need to take, or how many buyer listings I need to take, or how many appointments I need to go on, but even more narrow than that, like how many people do I have to talk to every day? What are, how many events am I going to have this year? And what are the 5 or 6 touches that I need to do leading up to and after every event so that we engage with as many people in our database as possible? What are the 50, 60, 80, 100 touches that need to go out to my database? And then all I have to do is wake up and look at the calendar and go, today's the day that I do these touches, that I run those plays. So that's step 2, right? Step 1 is set the goal. Step 2 is figure out the steps that are required to reach the goal. And then step 3 is focus on the steps. Focus on the steps. Make sure that we are actually doing the things that we said we were going to do. That's it. And then, and forget about the goal. Just actually forget about the goal completely and wake up every day and go, am I running the steps that I'm supposed to run? Am I doing the things that I'm supposed to do? Being boring is about knowing the steps and getting up and running those steps. Being boring is ultimately about being consistent. Now, we're all consistent in something, but the question is whatever it is that you're consistent in moving you closer to your goal or further away? And I want to share this thought with you, and that's this, is that we do get really, really good at the stuff that we do all the time. So are we doing the right things? When you get up in the morning and plan out your day and get after it and think about, the things you want to accomplish, are you doing the right things? The stuff that's going to grow your business, keep you on track to reach the goals, fill your pipeline full of leads? Or are you getting distracted by the wrong thing? We get to pick what we do each and every single day. It's up to us. It's up to us to get up and be consistent and run the plays. But it's hard to do.
It's easier said than done. And that's because we're in this world that teaches us about quick results, magic pills, get things done quickly, being really, really intense. And that's because intensity makes a really good story. When you hear stories of people who accomplished just a few things overnight, you get really excited about that and you take notes and you write them down because they got really narrow and really intense for a period of time and got great results, and we get pumped about it. I mean, there's some pros to intensity when you get really intense on something, like, say, a Bold 100 is an example of intensity, because a Bold 100 is easy to measure. Did I do 100 contacts in one day? It solves your immediate problem. Maybe your immediate problem, and the reason why you choose to do a Bold 100 is because you don't have enough leads, and so it helps fill your leads pipeline and get you referrals, and it's really time efficient because you just do it in one day. It's totally great, and there's nothing wrong with a Bold 100, but the truth is we should use a Bold 100 as part of our plan, not because we're behind in our plan. But if we know every day when we get up, you know what, in order for me to sell 36 homes this year, I need to talk to 14 people, which, by the way, that's the answer. 3 transactions a month is 14 contacts a day, whether it's by phone, by text, by social media DMs, open house, it doesn't matter. But 14 contacts, 5 days a week, puts you on the path for 36 transactions a year, 3 deals a month. But if that's what you do, and you do that every day, you don't have to do a Bold 100 unless you want to do a Bold 100, unless it becomes part of your plan. And that's where the reminder comes, is that intensity makes a good story, but consistency makes progress. And ultimately, what we're looking for is that, progress. So how do we do it? Well, we learned in the one thing that it's really about building the right habits, isn't it? Isn't that what it's about, is building the right habits? And we learned from the One Thing book that it takes, on average, 66 days for us to build a habit. And now's the right time for you to think about what habits is it that you would like to build in the upcoming year. And we always hear this 66 days, 66 days. In fact, your market center might even do a 66-day challenge, just like we did in my market center when I was a team leader. But if you really go into the book and read it, I want to point out, you can see that the underlined portion says it takes an average of 66 days to acquire a new habit. This is straight out of the One Thing book. But look at what I've highlighted. The full range of time that it takes to build a habit is actually somewhere between 800 and 254 days. In other words, 66 is the sweet spot, as you can see, but it might take longer or you might get it done faster. But then if we keep going, look at this next highlighted portion. Don't give up too soon. So many of us give up before we've reached the destination because we aren't seeing results fast enough. One example is maybe you are doing your 14 contacts every single day, checking into your database, talking to them, but yet you just don't, the return's not coming. The lead pipeline isn't getting full. They're not responding to your text messages. They don't answer your emails. They're not coming to your events. And after, 3 or 4 weeks, maybe 5, 6 weeks of doing that, you're going, it's not working. It's not working. When the truth is, it actually is. You just don't know. When it comes to your database, just because you don't hear them doesn't mean they don't hear you. But if you stay in touch and stay in a flow and keep in contact, someday the phone's going to ring. It might be 6 months, 8 months, 9 months, 2 years later, I don't know. But the phone will ring and they'll say, hey, Sally, it's Jordan in your database. Listen, you've been reaching out to me every year or every day or every 2 weeks for a year. And I know I haven't responded, but guess what? I got a new job and I need to sell my house. Some agents would call that luck when you have an inbound phone call. I call it lead generation. I think luck is if you called somebody today and they said they wanted to sell their house. That's luck. You just happened to get them on the day they wanted to sell. Lead gen is when you've been reaching out, every week, every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks through your system for years. And then one day they call you and say, come list my house. That's lead gen. That's when you know what you're doing is working. So go do that. Go be consistent. Go figure out your play. Go run your play. Figure out the goal. Figure out the steps, and then focus on the steps and make it happen. Best of luck to you. I hope to see you inside Pivot Shift Ahead as we're consistent every day doing our morning mastermind call. And thank you again for supporting KW Cares. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Williams family. My name is Caroline Wu, and I lead the Caroline K. Wu Group based out of the San Francisco Bay Area. And I have the pleasure and the honor to co-lead the Keller Williams Luxury Division alongside the fabulous, wonderful Mr. Brady Sandall. You may not recognize me because the hair is now pulled back because it is hot in California. However, I'm just so excited to be with all of you today. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank you for your contribution to KW Cares. And this is an event I look forward to every single year because we all have the opportunity to learn while we give back. It's such a win-win, which is a core tenet of our company. Today, I'd like to share with you a hot topic through the lens of luxury, lead generation by communicating your unique value proposition, your luxury value proposition. Now, value proposition is all the buzz these days. That's what we're hearing about over and over again, all through all the airwaves. Now, what kind of value proposition must you have to attract and secure the luxury clientele? Amongst hundreds and thousands of agents, how do you stand out from the rest? What value do you bring that is different from your colleagues and competitors? Now, listing 300 things you do as an agent, such as putting up a lockbox or we'll host open houses where we're going to put an MLS, may not speak to this clientele because at this price point, everyone does it. So what will you do to set you apart? In order to curate an effective lead generation strategy, first, you must be very clear and understand your target audience and what they want. At Keller Williams Luxury, we say luxury is not a price point. It is the experience we deliver. You have to anticipate their needs before they need it. You have to solve their problems before they even know they have it. And the experience has to be easy, fast, and beautifully finished, showing them that you know them across all client interactions in every interaction. Now that is a whole nother class. We can talk about that later. So what is a luxury clientele value? In our experience and in interviewing some of the leading experts in the field of luxury during this last year for our monthly Keller Williams Luxury Pro Speaker Series, we have learned the luxury clientele want a few things. Number one, exclusivity. Exclusivity means something that is available only to a limited group of people, not everyone. It gives a sense of specialness and uniqueness to those who have access to it. Number two, unique experiences they may not receive from others. Access to, not available to the general public, such as lunch or dinner at a specific club, exclusive access to homes, being amongst the first to experience something, first to see this, first to experience that, first to tour this. Number three, premium offerings in all things. Now, there's a difference between premium and luxury. Premium focuses on superior quality and performance, the value at a higher price point, aiming to provide better value, enhanced features compared to the standard options. Now, luxury is the feeling. It emphasizes exclusivity, the prestige, the uniqueness, often with a strong emotional and symbolic appeal. Now, offering premium is part of the luxury experience. Number four, the fourth thing they want is efficiency. One thing we all have in common with the luxury consumer is that we all have 24 hours in a day. And often their times, because they're running large corporations and companies and philanthropic endeavors. Now, their time is often worth hundreds, if not thousands of dollars per hour, which means it is extremely valuable. Therefore, efficiency is a high driver for them. So how efficient are your systems and your communications? Number five is access. Luxury clients will want access to a vetted network of professional speed, right? They don't have time to look for these professionals themselves. They want to trust you with these professionals. So build a team of professionals around you who are available to you and your clients at all times, such as investment analysts, wealth advisors, tax attorneys, security experts, all the top trades. A network that can appeal to the luxury client looking for a comprehensive real estate solution. Now, do all luxury clientele want all five things? Maybe. Some may just want efficiency. Just get it done now. I don't care about the exclusive club access. I don't care about the curated experience. Just get it done. Some people want to take their time and soak up everything you have to offer. So how do you know what they want? Knowing what drives them, not you, them, not what you want, what they want, is key. Now, how do you know what your clients want? Do not assume. This is how. By asking the right questions in your initial consultation will uncover their motivators and what they are looking for beyond the average agent. and help you tailor your value proposition to their specific client profile. The more information you gather, then you're going to be able to curate your presentation and your value proposition to them. You can't do that if you do not know your value proposition. So each component of your value proposition is like a tool in your tool belt. So once you know what problem you need to solve, what pain that you need to take away, you can take out the appropriate tools. So for investors, emphasize ROI optimization. Do you have that aspect in your business? Do you have the advanced data analytics to identify trends and predict market movements that can help you provide valuable insights to your clients? Do you have the tools to understand market nuances and having the ability to forecast luxury market trends, which will add significant value? You will sound different. You will be different. It will be a different conversation from the rest. For families, focus on the feeling, focus on the lifestyle, the fit, the emotions, the community. How will the family live there? What would the school experience look like? What are the community activities that you can be a part of? Now, for the high-tech clientele, demonstrate expertise around specific amenities like smart homes or for tech-savvy buyers. Now, if you don't know, it's time to learn. As a professional luxury agent serving this clientele, it is our duty to be ahead of the clients. For global citizens, because our luxury clientele may not only live locally, they may live across the country, they may live or invest internationally. Highlight knowledge of the international market. At Keller Williams Luxury, we have curated and created the International Luxury Learning Series just for this purpose. So now identify different other needs in your demographic. So once you have your value proposition, it is time to bring it to your database. Those who know you, love you, have done business with you, and have not done business with you yet. Once you're very clear about your luxury value proposition, there's going to be content there for endless campaigns, blogs, social assets, and beyond to generate the leads you want. Figure out what message would be appropriate for which demographic and start messaging them your unique value proposition. Now, there's a lot to think about, and my time is up. For more learnings on the luxury market, we encourage you to engage with Keller Williams Luxury, Keller Williams Luxury Pro, attend symposium, and please, whenever you attend Mega Agent Camper Family Reunion, come by and see us. We'd love to see you. And again, thank you for your participation. KW Cares, multiply your business. This is where our culture truly shines as we come together to support and contribute to the company that continually gives back to our KW family. It's a reflection of the deep bonds and shared values that make Keller Williams such a remarkable and unique company. So until we see each other in person again, stay safe, be well, finish strong. Take care.
Hi everyone, I'm Emily Duarte with Duarte Real Estate Group here in Scottsdale, Arizona, and today I'm super excited to talk to you about growing your business through client appreciation events. So before we talk about the mechanics of an actual event, I would love to share a couple reasons why I think having client events is a fantastic way to grow your business and something every agent should add to their marketing plan for the coming year. So first is solidifying your name in your client's brain long after a transaction closes. I know sometimes the real estate transaction can feel a little transactional in our interactions with our clients. And ultimately for me, real estate is such a relationship business, and I want to continue that relationship with my clients long after they close on their house or we sell their house for them. So having these things that we do throughout the year to invite them, it's something of value, it's something all about them, it's not about us, and it's just a way for us to thank them for their support of our business. And I know when the time comes again, they're going to think of me when they need to buy or sell. So second is setting myself apart from a very heavy field of competitors. I don't know about you, but in the Phoenix market here, we have 60,000 licensees. So what can I do for my team and me to set us apart from every other agent that's out there? And for us, that's our event. So we do a couple signature events throughout the year. Our clients know to expect them. They post about it. They get a lot of, excitement about what they're doing. And we get a lot of, oh, our agent didn't do that. What's Duarte Real Estate Group all about? So the third is it's a great opportunity for you to grow your database and get referrals. So we invite our clients that we've worked with in the past, clients that we want to work with in the future, and we oftentimes encourage them to invite other people with them to events. We know when we have clients that we've really loved working with, they know other people that we really love working with. And, our hope is to continue to grow our database and potentially get referrals through having, that relationship, and inviting them to these events. So now let's talk a little bit about the mechanics of the actual event. So a couple of hot buttons that I wanted to go through to just help you to plan making your events as successful as they can be. So first, who's your target audience going to be for your event? And that goes along with number 2 is the concept of the event, right? So our 2 signature events that we have every year are a night out at the Diamondbacks game. That's our baseball team here in Phoenix. And our other signature event is a breakfast with Santa. We have designed those that way so that we can really hit the 2 main subsets of our clientele, right? Our Diamondbacks event tends to be a weeknight event. It's a little later in the evening. It usually is during the school year. And so we know that maybe some of our families that have young kids or kids with a lot of activities may not be able to get to that event. Our event then tends to be about 80% adults, 20% kids. We know that we have a lot of families that we work with that we also want to include on our events. And so the Breakfast with Santa event that we do gives us a chance to do that in a different time of year, really focus on our families and younger kids and have an event that really kind of caters to that part of our clientele. So that being said, that does not mean that we don't invite both subsets of those clientele to each event. So my biggest advice on this is invite way more people than you have room for at your event, because not everybody is going to be able to make it. So our last Diamondbacks event, we had about 350 attendees, but we invited over 2,000 people to that event. So most people are not going to be able to make it. And, I would pose to you that even just the invite sometimes is good enough. It still gets you in front of people, and you want to invite more people than you have room for, because chances are you're going to have a lot of people who aren't going to make it. So we want to figure out who our target audience is, but when we want to figure out the concept of that event. And the thing that I would say with the concept of the event is make it something that is repeatable and scalable. So the reason that we've chosen these 2 things as our signature event is that we can basically create a playbook that we use year after year. We know what we need to bring, the vendors that we hire, what the average cost is per person, and it allows us to be scalable. Our locations can hold additional people as we grow. It does not require a lot of manpower from our team to be able to, change those events year after year. We do the same events, and it's really more of a rinse and repeat, but our clients love it and look forward to it. The next thing that I'll mention is determining a budget for your event. If you're just starting in your business or you're just growing, I need to really say, An event does not have to cost a lot of money to be successful. We started with very small events, that were very, very cost effective. And yes, now over time, we've grown to some events that do cost us a little bit more money. But we've also partnered with our vendors to get a lot of those costs underwritten. So we partner with our lender, our title company, our home warranty company, our home inspector, our roofer, to get either a portion of the event covered or underwritten by them, or potentially they've given us some manpower to help us man the event, check people in, or they've given us some gifts that we can use for giveaways. And we give a lot of people referrals throughout the year, and it's a really great opportunity to go back to some of those vendors who you've gotten, you've given a lot of business to, and ask them to help you with some sponsorship of that event. So our events at this point are very heavily underwritten by our vendors that we work with. And we are, fully RESPA compliant in terms of what that looks like and signage and all of that. And want to make sure that we thank them appropriately in all of in marketing for the event. So last and probably most important is what happens after the event. So if your follow-up after the event is lacking, you're missing such a huge opportunity for having the event in the first place. So our follow-up on our events, we make personal calls to everybody who comes, thanking them for coming. We write handwritten notes to our clients, thanking them for coming. We also call our clients that we wish had come and couldn't make it and tell them that we miss seeing them. And why would we do that? Because oftentimes them actually coming to the event isn't necessary to get the benefit of actually having the event. We've invited them, they've seen our name on the invite, they've seen our emails, they've gotten our calls, they've gotten our follow-up, and we've had an opportunity to touch them 5 or 6 times just for that one event. And even if they didn't come, it's an opportunity to re-engage. Inevitably, the conversation around real estate comes up, and they may mention that they may need something. So hopefully that gives you kind of a general overview of why you would want to have an event, some different type of events that we have, how we get them underwritten by a lot of our vendors that we work with, and an opportunity for you to use this as a really great way to get quite a few touches out of a single event and really make a great ROI on planning the event and getting a return in your database and your referrals. I can't wait to see all the events that you guys come up with. Reach out, would love to help.
Hi everyone, my name is Leslie Peters. I am with the Peters Company and Keller Williams Realty in Georgia, from Atlanta and Savannah. And we also have some Keller Williams offices in the Carolinas that we're so lucky to be in partnership with. So today I'm here to talk to you about 36 Touch. So what is a 36 Touch? A 36 Touch is actually a lead generation program that you guys remember from MREA. You see my book behind me. And basically, a 36 Touch is touching your database 36 times a year so you receive optimal results in terms of sales and referrals. So we've used a 36 Touch on our team for 15 to 20 years. I cannot believe I've almost been in this business 20 years. And the 36 Touch honestly revolutionized our business. So today I want to dive into a quick stat, and I'm going to share my screen with you guys, that speaks to me so often. And that is that 90% of your buyers and sellers say they would use you again, and only 12% do. And guys, that's an amazing satisfaction rating, right? 90% walk away and said, I was pleased with their service, but only 12% come back and use you. Why? Because we don't stay in touch. Most of us got into this business because we love people, right? We love developing relationships. Yet at some point, it becomes transactional, and we focus so much on the transaction and getting them to the closing table that we don't think of all the transactions and the relationship that we can build over a lifetime. And that's what the 36 Touch program does. A great 36 Touch adds value all along the way to make people use you and refer you again and again. So today, I wanted to share a few secrets of marketing with you because I think most of us think of a 36 Touch as overkill. And what it is overkill over time. But it's not a burden to your clients and to your database if you're doing it the right way. So there's 4 secrets of marketing that I want us to think about today. So when you evaluate your 36 Touch program, you can ask yourself, is my 36 Touch program consistent, cohesive, creative, and do I have a call to action? So quickly, let's talk about consistency. Real estate agents are not the most consistent beings, and it's why we have roller coaster businesses. You can't start a 36 Touch plan and stop in 3 months and expect the results to keep coming in. This is a commitment you're going to make. In fact, I tell most agents that it's going to take 12 to 18 months to receive a return on your 36 Touch program. So if you're not going to be committed and be consistent, then you might as well not start. So I would ask you with consistency, who's holding you accountable to build and maintain a 36 Touch program? Is it leverage through a marketing intern, or is it your MAPS coach? We all should have a 36 Touch program that we're investing in that can create business for a lifetime. The second is cohesiveness. So cohesiveness at Keller Williams is amazing because we're able to build our very own brand. So that means what's important to you? What is your mission? For us at the Peters Company, our mission has always been to create massive opportunities for others through real estate. And that common thread, creating massive opportunities, is for our clients, our team members, and the charities that we are able to support. And that can be seen throughout all our branding. For us, the door knocker that you see in this PowerPoint screen is our brand. And when clients see the door knocker, they think of the Peters Company. Because what does a door knocker do? It opens doors of opportunity. So we have a unique opportunity at Keller Williams to create our brand. What is yours? The third is creativity. Creativity is important. And many real estate agents say, I'm just not that creative, or I don't have time to be creative, right? Well, what happens when we don't condition people early on to open our mail or open our emails is it just goes into the junk drawer. It goes straight to the trash. But if we condition people early by sending creative things, then they're going to open our mail and our emails forever. So what does creativity look like? For us, every quarter, we're going to send an item of value, something more than just a postcard, to make them continue to open our mail. It may be a lottery ticket or a Kool-Aid packet, or heck, it may be a phone wallet. But whatever it is, we want them to open our mail and say, wow, the Peters are different, right? And they're adding fun and value to our life. There's 2 sites I use often for creativity, and one is popbyideas.com. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it. And the second one is Oriental Trading, because I'm a teacher and I used to order dozens of things for my classroom. And actually, you can order dozens of things for fun off Oriental Trading and send to your database. The fourth thing that we miss forever and ever is we had a consistent touch program. It was cohesive with our brand and it was creative, but we assumed people would just call us. And the truth of the matter is they just don't. So we have to have a call to action. So what is your call to action? So for us, we divide it up into 4 a year. So the first one is, who do you know that's currently renting and thinking about buying their first home? Then you end that first quarter with a home buying seminar. Now, why do you do that? Because here's the thing. If our call to action is too broad, like who do you know that wants to buy, sell, or invest in real estate, it just completely goes over people's head. So we have to think about what calls people to action. And I'm sure when I just asked you, who do you know that's currently renting that may be looking to buy their first home, your mind immediately thought of someone you know that's currently renting. The second is, who do you know that's looking to build wealth through real estate and may be interested in investing? The third, who do you know that's an empty nester and looking to downsize? And the fourth, everyone knows 7 people that are going to buy or sell a home this year. And while I would love for you to remember us for all 7, could you just remember us for 1? Because referrals truly are at the heart of our business. So I've given you my 4 favorite calls to action. Let's see if we can take a quick peek at what our 36 Touch actually looks like. So this is the 36 Touch overview. So for us, we still send snail mail. That's right. We don't send boring postcards, right? We send creative mailers. And here's why, because a lot of agents aren't. A lot of agents don't want to spend money, but we want to hit people in multiple facets. So we're going to go for mail. We're going to go for email. We're going to go for the personal phone call. We're going to go for the text. We're going to hit them in all ways because we know not everyone in our database is 45 years old with 2.5 kids and 2 dogs or whatever, right? So we want to hit people where they are and meet them where they are. So 12 mailers for us, we divide it into quarters. 1 is an item of value. So it's that fun Kool-Aid packet. It's a Post-it note. It's anything that will fit in an envelope that doesn't cost more than a stamp. So you heard that right. Don't get all creative and send something that costs more than a stamp. Keep it simple. The second is we send an invitation. That's right. We don't just rely on Evite. We want to send a cute invitation that's going to stick on their refrigerator or their corkboard for a while, right? We want them to see us every day for maybe a month. So we're going to send 1 event invitation per quarter, and then we're going to send a market statistic update per quarter. Now, what does that mean? Not what's happening in our national market, but what's happening in our local market, because we need to be the economist of choice for our database. So what can you share that's happening in your local market that would be important for your clients to know? Then we're going to send 12 email newsletters a year. We use MailChimp. We make it super simple. We have a template through MailChimp. We're giving them a video market update of what's going on in the market every month, a featured listing that we may have, and things that are going on in our local community. Then we're going to talk about the events, because I think this has become the heart of what we do. Events are so important because you get that face-to-face, belly-to-belly, toe-to-toe time with people. And a lot of people say, 5 events a year, that's so many. Guys, this could be tacos and tequila, your local margarita spot. This could be a wine and cheese in your house, right? Make it easy, because what's simple gets done. This could start small with 30 people and grow into 200 plus people. But make sure you have a plan. If you've never done an event before, start with 1 or 2 a year and then build up to quarterly events. For us, it's 5 a year now. And around those events, it gives you such an opportunity to not only email them, but to call them. A lot of us don't want to pick up the phone because we feel like we're value deficient, right? Because we don't have value to provide. But no one has ever gotten offended by being invited to an event. And so all of our lead generation is always around to an event. And your clients want to hear from you, right? And we know when attendance wanes, it's because we did not lead generate for the event. They need to hear your voice in that personal connection. And then lastly, our 36 Touch is made up of a personal touch. So what's going on in their life? Have they lost a loved one? Have they lost a pet? If they have, we're going to send them a memorial. If they lost a pet, we're going to send a memorial to the Atlanta Humane Society or the Savannah Humane Society. What's going on in their kids' lives, right? Did they just have a kindergartner that started school? Think about how you can be plugged in and intentional to them every single day. And how do you do that? You stay active in social media. For me, social media is just staying connected to what's going on in people's lives. I write a lot of personal handwritten notes and I make a lot of phone calls, send a lot of text messages because I am present. So I'll leave you with a story. Years ago, my husband and I, Andy, we went to a client's house for dinner and they said, "So how's the local real estate market?" And we said, "Oh, the market's great." And we said, "And we're even better because we're the number 2 team in the state of Georgia right now." And she looked at me and she said, "Well, you'll never be number 1. And I thought it was the most interesting comment. I'm like, "Wills, why will we never be number 1? And she said, "Because you care about people too much." In 2016, we were the #1 real estate team in the state of Georgia. And I changed our entire pitch. We're #1 because we treat everyone like our only one. If your 36 touch doesn't have a personal element where you're building relationship and building community with your database, then you're not adding value. And that's why most of us got into this business to begin with. So go build your 36 touch. Let me know if I can help or you have any questions. And thank you guys so much for sharing time with me today. Bye guys. Have a great day.
Hi, I'm Jordan Davis, owner and operator of the Davis team out of Dallas-Fort Worth and the director of training for MyFreed Life. Today, we're diving into the exciting world of lead generation through social media. We'll go over the target audiences you'll find via social media, the major channels. We'll also discuss posting frequency and even where to get content, plus a reminder about the sales funnel for closing a lead. When generating leads via social media, consider 5 key audiences. The first is your sphere. These are your immediate connections, people who already know and trust you. Secondly are your sphere referrals. These are second-degree connections referred to you by your first-degree contacts. I know a ton of people, in fact, everyone seems to know someone who knows someone in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. The third are your forever clients. Those are past clients that you want to retain forever for future business and referrals. The next is agent-to-agent referrals. This is where our team excels. 20% of our business, which is about 50 transactions per year, comes from agent friends who send us referrals or who mention us to other agents who are looking to refer people in Dallas-Fort Worth. Your fifth audience is people who you don't know yet. These are potential clients who haven't discovered you just quite yet. The major social media channels that you need to focus on are Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. You'll want to utilize Facebook and Instagram to focus on connections you already have and who you know that could refer you business. You want to be authentic and personable. People want to feel like they're right there with you every day and also to understand the process. Remind them that you're in real estate and you're eager to work with them. Consider using Instagram and TikTok to help you reach a broader audience. Use frequent and compelling content and leverage trending sounds to increase your reach to them. Use YouTube to inform your audience. YouTube is an informational channel. In fact, they report that 92% of YouTube users use the platform to learn and gather information. You really want to help your audience understand what to do and why they would want to work with you. People go to YouTube for how to. What do people traditionally Google? You want to supply the answers to their most Googled questions on YouTube. Posting frequency is crucial. We know that every 14 to 21 days, people tend to forget your association with real estate. So make those critical touches every 2 to 3 weeks. But to stay top of mind, aim for 2 to 3 posts per week and daily stories. It might seem daunting, but you can repurpose content on different platforms. Today's Instagram post can become tomorrow's Facebook story. Collaboration with your peers helps. Remember, my friend in Idaho who's creating content isn't competing for the same client in Dallas-Fort Worth. The biggest hack of our time has been utilizing ChatGPT to your benefit. It can give you ideas as well as content to execute on those ideas, including writing out your scripts. For example, prompt ChatGPT to provide you an outline for a 10-step marketing plan of what consumers want to know from their realtor. Then ask that those 10 steps be broken into an additional 4 steps. Then ask the scripts to be written out for making videos for each of these. You're going to be amazed. The more specific you are, the better the output will be. There's absolutely no reason whatsoever to not have content these days. Remember the sales funnel from the book Shift? First, capture, create a compelling call to action for every post to encourage your audience to engage with you. Connect, engage with them as fast as possible. Your response times do matter, whether it's on the post or in direct messages. The third is to cultivate. Build the relationship and move them from the social media platform to your database. Then you can send them market updates and new listings. Last, close. Seal the deal. And don't forget to ask them for future business and referrals. The relationship goes on forever and ever and ever. In review, we've covered the target audiences you'll find via social media, the major channels, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok, posting frequency, and content generation with ChatGPT. Don't forget the sales funnel to guide your path for leads. Thank you for joining me. Be sure to connect with me on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and on YouTube. Let's generate those leads and grow our businesses together.
Kelly, how was
We
that?
back.
That's awesome stuff. We're back. Hey, just so you know, you go ahead. I was
Oh, go
gonna
ahead.
say, Zoom can't hold us back, can they?
No, they can't. Oh my gosh. If you guys have a friend who is like, I can't get in, what's going on? They're at max capacity. Zoom's trying to rain on our parade, but we will not let them today. So tell those friends you can get in. Of course, for all those of you who've been asking, the recording will get sent out as soon as Zoom allows us to update everything to the host platform that we send it all out through. So it's coming to you.
Here's the great thing is we added 3,000 more seats. I love this. This is a good problem to have. We're giving. You know what else I want you to keep dancing for? We have hit our goal. So give it up. It's freaking noise. I love it. But when I said I was hopefully, a realtor, salesperson like all of us, I really wanted the number to be 500,000. My wife always says, you're nuts. But we are at right now, we're at 353,000, 467,000. But you know what Lexi and Rachel said at the beginning? We need $3 to $5 million. So we have a long way to go. This is just a good way to learn. Hopefully, what'd you learn?
The most copious notes I took was during Leslie's section, which for anyone who's heard from Leslie before, she is just a font of knowledge. But I loved that specific call to action around specific people they could listen for. But I'll tell you what, my notes were really centered around that last fourth item she had, where she said, some 7 people who are going to buy or sell next year. I just want you to think of me for one of them. And I think that gives people like a tangible goal that they feel like they can get behind. And then what you're really doing is activating their RAS, right? Their reticular activating system, which goes and looks for stuff. And I think what you'll find is those people might find you that one person quicker than they thought they would.
I love that. I don't use the word copious because if I can't spell it, I don't use it. So my family makes fun of me for that. But you know what? There was a lot of things that I learned. But hey, she said this too. She said, luxury is not a price point. It's an experience. Ooh, let that set in. When you always think about it, sometimes I hear they're like, oh, Mike and Cody Dooley, you do those certain houses or whatever. No, we love all people and do all houses, right? But you know what I want to do? We love playbooks, don't we? Just so you know, I cannot take copious notes like you. I'm one of those people, it's chicken scratch all over the place. So how great is it if you're on today and you're over these 3,000 or 4,000 people that have joined us today, or you're going to have the recording later? You have to be a VIP to do that. Did you know that?
You do. You absolutely have to be part of our VIP package. And it's got a lot of good stuff in it. Mike, tell us what's in it.
Yeah, so the playbook, as you know, step by step. So if you don't take good notes like me, we have it for you, the easy button. I love that. We're going to have a really cool t-shirts at Keller Williams. We love our t-shirts. Yes, we do. Also, I'm going to tell you how to do it. I'm going to make it simple. Go to kwcares.org/multiply. And just so you know, you're going to hit in the cart. You're going to add VIP package to the cart. And you're going to hit the word upgrade in all caps, baby. What do you think about that?
Well, what I'm thinking about it right now is that during our last break, I realized I've donated, but I hadn't signed up for the VIP thing yet. So I went and I did it. And as I'm reading our actual notes that we received many weeks ago, I did not put in upgrade in all caps. So I recommend not being like Kelly and doing it the right way the first time around.
I love it. And you know what? I wrote so many notes. There's so many good people. Wow. I cannot wait till session 2. You're going to tell us more about that.
Yeah, well, before we get to session 2, though, so we've talked so much about the great and devastating impact hurricanes have, because frankly, it's a timely topic. But what affects KW Cares year round are those life-altering emergency grants. Now, for newer agents who might be less familiar, really KW Cares legs grew from the idea that we wanted to help our agents in a time of need, whether that's a sickness that they were facing or something that has altered their life in a very big way. And as a result, we have these grants for our agents, which is just amazing. And we're going to get to hear a really great story today. I won't kind of spoil it for you because the video will make you cry, not the words that will come out of my eyes. But I want you to get to know Kristen Parker's story. Excuse me. I think she's a good person where we can understand the impact that KW Cares. And before we head into our second L listings with my friend Ken Pozek, let's learn a little bit about Kristen's story.
My name is Kristen Parker. I live in Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm a relationship manager. I'm married to Greg. We have 3 children. We started to notice a change and a difference in Sam around the time that he turned 11. When he was playing baseball, he was taking a lot more breaks than usual.
I didn't know how to explain it to my parents. I didn't know the words to because I was still just 11.
We went on a little family weekend vacation, and when we went to a theme park the next day, he couldn't even really walk from bench to bench. He was so tired. We ended up in the emergency room of the Knoxville Children's Hospital, and at that point, the doctor came into the room and told me that the blood work came back and that it was leukemia.
And what did you...
Every time I tell it, sorry. We didn't find out for a while, but he was days away from passing.
They diagnosed me with T-cell ALL leukemia, which is like a more rare kind of leukemia. The treatment usually takes 4 years, which it did for us.
The medical bills really started to pile up. I learned about the grant program from KW Cares from the amazing Anna Kalinsky of Anna K in Town. When we received that money, it was a peace of mind and a good night's sleep that we had not had in a while. Sam finished his chemotherapy in February. He's doing wonderful. He's a sophomore in high school. He's playing on a travel baseball team, and he's an amazing, typical, healthy 15-year-old boy. I am so grateful to KW Cares for helping our family through this very difficult process. They took a process that could have resulted in a lot of hardship and made it better. I feel like I am home now that I'm with the Keller Williams family. Everyone at Keller Williams has a servant's heart, and it is an amazing, amazing place to work.
What's up, Keller Williams? This is Ken Pozek from Orlando, Florida, and today we're talking a little bit about going after content marketing and getting more listings. I've been doing content marketing for the past 6 years or so, and last year we closed just over $250 million in real estate. And so I feel like as we move into this new world, most of us are wanting to go over and get more and more listings. And so how specifically can you do that with content marketing? Well, I do a lot of YouTube content marketing, and one of the ways that we've been able to slow down and get more market share and more listing leads is to do a home tour, but differently. And so I'm going to dive into what that actually looks like. Many of us have done these home tours before. It's like, hey, welcome to 123 Main Street. Come on inside. And you show them off the pool and the kitchen, and that's it. Now, unfortunately, those usually don't get as many views and or searches organically as what I'm about to teach you. we started flipping our script a little bit in regards to these home tours. We started taking them a little bit more macro. So instead of just the house tour, it was, let me show you this area of Orlando, call it Windermere, which is like a suburb. I'm going to show you off all of Windermere. And then we do the tour. And so this does a couple things, because when people are searching, they're typically not searching for 123 Main Street. They're typically searching on Google and YouTube for home in Windermere, right? And so we start really macro, and it's like, hey, here's why Windermere is amazing. Here, let me show you the brick road streets. Let me show you the small businesses. Let me show you the overall sales price for all of Windermere. And then we break it down to the neighborhood. Here's Keens Point, which is a neighborhood inside of Windermere. Let me show you the golf course and why, and it's gated, and all of these other crazy things about why someone would want to live here. Let me talk to you about the homeowners association. And at the end, it's the home tour. And so at the end of the home tour, we're like, hey, listen, by the way, I've got a house in this neighborhood that you absolutely have to see. Come take a look. Then we do the home tour. But while we're doing the home tour, we're constantly promoting our sellers. We're like, hey, our sellers love this house because of this, because our listing that we have with our current sellers offers X, Y, and Z in regards to marketing. And we're kind of showing and doing what we promise that we're going to do on our listing presentation, right? It's this idea of getting caught in the act of getting to do what you're saying that you're going to do, which is, I'm going to show off this listing better than any other agent in your market by showing off the area and getting a lot of eyeballs. This does a couple things for us. We do get a lot of buyer leads. We get like 70% buyer leads and 30% seller leads from these videos, because again, those area tours bring in a lot of folks, but we're signaling to the sellers at the end that, by the way, we've got all the cool listings. And if you want to get your home sold and get a ton of eyeballs on them, we're the team that you want to choose. So that's a really great way. The other reason I love this approach is that they're evergreen kind of videos. They're something that people can watch for years and years to come, and they're still good. Whereas a listing tour video sometimes loses its momentum after 2 or 3 months because people assume that the house is already sold. They look and see how old the video is. Oh, this house is already gone, not something that I'd be interested in. But an area tour, not that much changes for years and years and years. And so those kind of assets that you build by building these long form videos are really the way that we crush it. So then what do you do from here? So you put them on YouTube, and you're going to label it, area in whatever major city you're at. It's not 123 Main Street. It's all about the area. But how do you capture leads from these videos is one of the questions I always get. For us, we've got a very simple call to action. It's in our video, and it's also down in the description. And it's like, hey, if you're thinking about selling or buying a house anywhere in Central Florida, we want to be your real estate resource of choice. Reach out at theorlandoreal.com/YouTube. So we have created a landing page specifically for people who are watching on YouTube. So I know with 100% certainty that lead found me over on YouTube. We also have an email set up. It's info@posicgroup.com set up to where if people come through that specific email address, that I am with certain that it came from YouTube. The other thing that we do, this is a little hack on YouTube, is that if you comment on your own video, you can say, hey, if you're looking to more information about this house or to sell your home, go to this link in the description or this link below. So it's an actual comment, not in the description section, but it's a comment. And then you get to pin that comment. And that will stay at the top of all of the comments. So when people are scrolling through and they're watching their videos, your comment, which is at the top, is your call to action. This has been a brilliant thing that's boosted our lead flow. And it's something that's just an easy hack that will get you an extra 10 or 20% more engagement in regards to actual overall leads. So I hope this is helpful. The other thing I would say before I let you go is that we started taking these tours and sending them to our database as well. Now, if you don't have your 36, or we call it a 52 touch, we're trying to send something every single week to our database. This is such an easy touch. It's, hey, our newest video on YouTube is about this house that we just listed. You're going to love the area tour. What did we miss maybe on this area tour? What was your favorite little spot around Windermere? And what should we add for the next video? That's a great way to get engagement and also provide value, something a little bit different to your sphere. And because of that, we've gotten more sphere listings, people reaching out and saying like, hey, I saw that one house you listed in my neighborhood. You helped us buy 5 years ago. We want to sell now. Or just people that have been caught up in our ecosystem, having seen so much of our content, are like, oh, these guys are actually listing agents as well. They're not just helping people move to Orlando, they're also helping people sell within Orlando, which is pretty cool. So I hope this is helpful. If you have any questions on this, follow me over on Instagram at Ken Posick. I'm happy to engage with you over there. Have an amazing day.
guest star here with the STAR team at Keller Williams Legacy Partners here in Connecticut. We serve Lower Massachusetts, the shoreline in Rhode Island, and almost the entire state of Connecticut. So we're here to help you. And I'm here today to talk to you guys a little bit about why it's so important to have a buyer consultation and needs analysis. You know, we've been doing this for years. I've been in business over 20 years here in Connecticut, and honestly, the buyer consultation needs analysis has always been a part of our system. When we take a new client on, we want to make sure we're walking them through the process. So why it's so important, the state of Connecticut has mandated that buyers be represented, unrepresented, sellers be represented. We have dual designated representation. Why is this so important to you? Well, number one, it ensures that you're acting as a fiduciary on the part of your client. And you want to make sure that you're showing them your value ahead of time. So some people are concerned that they're not going to be able to get that client if they don't just meet them at the house and open the door. But we're just order takers when we do it that way. So what we do as a team is when we get the initial call, or when we make the outbound call to talk to the buyers, we have an intake form and we ask them a series of questions. You know, have you had a chance to be pre-approved? Are you currently working with any other agents? Have you signed a buyer agency agreement with anyone? We want to make sure that we're doing the right thing by the client and that we're not stepping on anybody's toes, because obviously we can't serve somebody that is currently signed with another agent. That's number one. Number two, we want to do a little bit of their needs analysis ahead of time, so it cuts down on that buyer consultation when we meet them in person. So really, it's crucial to do those things on the intake form when you take it. Now, as a team, we make it our rule that we don't take people out unless they've already been pre-approved with a lender. Why is that so important? Well, if you go take them out to see a property, come back, get them pre-approved, do the paperwork to represent them just prior to their offer, everything's kind of backwards. So a lot of times when they go see a property, it could be outside of their budget and they may not be comfortable with that mortgage payment. So we want to make sure that we're doing the right thing by them, not showing them any properties they cannot afford, and making sure they're comfortable within that payment so they know we're acting on their behalf right from the get-go. So we do about a 20-question intake form. Right when we have that initial call, we set the appointment. And I know a lot of people's concern is, hey, are we going to be able to show this property or see the property because we don't want to miss it? The market's hot. So we always tell them, listen, we can see the property the same day, just so you know. So we make sure that we do that buyer consultation and needs analysis, and right after we schedule the showing. So that could be anywhere from a half hour to 45 minutes, and then we set the showings up immediately after that. So what I'd love to show you guys is a little taste of what we do once we get them to come into the office. And it's really important to dress professionally, have them show up, meet you in a professional environment. Sometimes people can't, so you can do it via Zoom as well. And we make sure that if we send them any paperwork, like the buyer broker agreement, any affiliate disclosure forms we have, and other forms that we might have for our local area, just like you would, that we also walk them through what those forms mean. Never, never, never just send a document and say, go ahead and sign this. It's really important that you take the time to go and review it with them. So we let them read it first, have them give us a call if they're not in office in front of us signing the paperwork. And then we just walk them through what everything means. We let them know how we get compensated, why that's important that they're aware of these things. And we want to make sure they feel comfortable. But we don't even go over the buyer representation agreement until we've shown them our value. One of those things is sending them 3 different lender referrals. So we do that prior to them meeting us in the office. So they have to get pre-approved and bring their pre-approval letter with them or emailed to us so that we know they're ready to go. We don't want to waste time. So that's their homework before they meet us. Before they meet us, they also get a copy of our buyer book that we send to everybody, our buyer packet. And it's a packet that nobody wants to lose. At the end, it includes a list of all of our preferred contractors. It's got a glossary of terms in it. So if you're working with a first-time home buyer or a seasoned home buyer, they don't feel silly because they're not getting the details that they need. And it's really important that they can look at those things and reference them anytime if they don't understand something you may have said. We get used to doing our job, so sometimes we forget to show them these things. So then we meet them in the office. After they've been pre-approved, after we found out their motivation, after we found out if they have a property to sell or not. Sometimes we'll even tie in a listing presentation that same day if we need to as well, if the property is super hot that they want to see. So I will show you what we do a little bit differently than other people because I think it sets us apart. It sets us up as a professional, and it really sets the stage for what they can expect when working with us. So here's what we have here. This is our buyer packet. So we start really quick with a little bit about us, our love us or leave us guarantee. We let them know they're signing a legal binding agreement, but we want to make sure they know that we have a love us or leave us guarantee. So if we are not performing the service that they expect, then we want them to have a conversation with us. If we can't place them with somebody else on the team, we'd be happy to let them go so they have a positive thing to say about our team. It's literally been used twice the entire time I've been in business, 20 years, and I used it once. So you can have a standard for yourself as well. We give them our business standards and practices with our hours. We go over what our 5-star promise is. Thank you to Mike Hicks, the original creator of the 5-star promise, and to Tony Baroni, who also added in the review portion of the 5-star promise. Why do we say this to our clients? Number one, it's super important because we want to make sure that they have it in writing. We can use the highlighted words, those are embedded commands, and go through what our level of service is here for our clients coming up. And in that, we tell them we want to give them 5-star customer service, that we want them to see the value, and when they're done, that they choose to refer all their friends and family to us, as you can see. And once they're done referring their friends and family, at the end of the transaction, we're going to make sure that we ask them for an online review because that's the best way for us to get feedback and to continue growing our businesses as well. We let them know there's a meet the team here. So in the event that I can't show the property, we have multiple team members ready, willing, and help, and there is no additional cost to you. We will not miss a property based on somebody else's schedule. That's really important. Another thing that we like to do is go through the game of life with them. So it lets them know what the process is like, just a fun little thing. You guys can customize these buyer packets any way you'd like. We've abbreviated this some for you. These are the 2 most important pages that I think people love to see. So number 1, we go over why it's so important. We have a buyer consultation. We get your pre-approval set. We narrow your search down, so we find out what your wants and needs are with the property. Some of that has already been done on our intake form, so we can set up some searches for them even prior to them coming into the office. They likely have a list of homes that they would like to see anyways, but we want to make sure that we're sharing this with them too, because we want to be on the hunt to find the properties for them. That's why they're hiring us. They're not hiring us to place their order and have us open a door, right? They're hiring us because they want us to act on their best behalf and find the property for them. So we're going to give them suggestions on properties we think might be a fit. We're also going to prospect, and we let them know this in the beginning, that we try to prospect to find off-market properties for our clients all the time. So you may not even see the property that you're looking for. We might find it for you ourselves, whether that's via mail, door knocking, calling, other open houses, and talking to neighbors with neighborhood exclusive open houses as well. So we get the home shopping started and we make an offer. Now, the most important page, and a lot of people forget this step, but remember, they have not had the opportunity to buy, or if they have bought, it's probably been years, so they forgot about the process. So we let them know that once they go under contract and have an executed offer, what they can expect, their first deposit. We schedule inspections with anywhere from 10 to 14 days here in Connecticut. Can be shorter, and we let them know all of these things are negotiable. Sometimes for stronger offers, we might make it even shorter or not even do inspections if that's what they request. Obviously, it has to be the buyer's request. What money they can expect to have up front. So they're going to have with their inspection $500 to $1,500 as a cost to them, and they need to know these things earlier so that they can prepare for it because they're getting a lot of money together to buy that house. And that goes to cover your septic, well, pests, radon, all those fun things. We go through all of this and let them know, okay, if we're doing a second deposit, usually it's in 14 days from the executed offer. In 2 to 3 weeks, we also have an appraisal done. Some lenders have you pay it beforehand. Some lenders build it into the closing cost. Then a 30-day mortgage commitment. And then we talk about the closing and the walkthrough, doing that just before. Why is a walkthrough important? Well, here's a couple tips for you guys if you're not doing them already. Always make sure you have your smartphone and you're taking pictures and videos at walkthroughs if there's any issues. They left stuff they weren't supposed to leave. There were stains or holes in the wall that you didn't expect. We also bring a copy of all of the paid receipts that we've received from any work that may have been done at a home inspection. And because Connecticut is very thorough with things, we get all copies of closed permits and certificates of occupancy, aka COs. So this is acting as a fiduciary on their part to make sure the property that they're buying is free of encumbrances. So if you choose to sell it for them years down the road, you don't have to deal with open permits. You don't have to deal with work that was done incorrectly. So you make sure you're taking care of them now so you can be their realtor for life. Then 45 to 60 days we close. They can happen much sooner too, but this is just a general timeline. And we let them know this. We have them ask any questions at this point because they're very nervous about the process. And you've just walked them through and shown them what they can expect right ahead of time. So you're making them feel a little more comfortable. And that's the whole goal of the buyer consultation and needs analysis. Because we've gone over the financing prior to our appointment, and because we've gone over some of their wants and needs, we have that. We review that list again, and we ask them if there's anything else they'd like us to discuss with them. And if we have all the things right from the initial call, are we missing any must-haves or would be nice to haves? Other things we include in here is a moving checklist with local utility companies, and the moving checklist as well for what they can expect 6 weeks down to 1 week out with their move. After that, we make sure we reiterate our requests for online reviews and give them some examples as well. And we add the glossary in the back and a little fun slick of all of the jobs of a real estate agent. So there's so many parts. This is so much that people can grasp onto and that they can learn from. And they get so excited that by the time we're done with all this, I go, okay, now are you guys ready to work with the STAR team at Keller Williams? And it's usually a yes, resoundingly so. So we make sure that we ask their permission. We tell them we want to work with them in conjunction, that we'll be the captain of their ship, but we'll take them anywhere they want to go. So they need to know they're taken care of, number one. They also want to make sure that they know that you have their best interest at heart, number two. And after that, they want to know that they're going to get to the finish line. So we'll also review the market stats and what's going on in the individual towns and the individual price brackets as well, so that we can make a plan going forward. Because we're still in a very hot market here in Connecticut, the lowest inventory in the entire country, we make sure that they know, hey, if you're looking at a $400,000 house, that's the top of your budget. They're selling 3 to 5% above list price. So we need to decrease your budget in what you're looking for so we can make an aggressive offer. And we prove that with all the market stats that we have. So hopefully this is helpful for you guys. I hope you take whatever piece of this you found to resonate with you and you make it your own. And we wish you nothing but the best of luck. If you're looking for help here in Connecticut, Lower Rhode Island, and Lower Massachusetts, the STAR team's here to help. Have a great one.
What's up, KW Squad? Thanks for being here. Thanks for investing your time, energy, and resources into not just a great cause, but also into yourself, your personal growth, your business growth. I'm excited to be here to be able to pour into you all. My name is Tommy Choi. I've been a real estate agent for the last 17 years here in the city of Chicago, born and raised in Chicago, Chi-Town stand up. I co-founded our team, the Weinberg Choi Residential team, with my best friend and business partner, Josh Weinberg. Over the past 17 years, we've sold over $1 billion in real estate and served over 2,000 clients with their perfect real estate experience. Before we get into what I'm about to get into, though, I got to share, because I know it's kind of hard to see in this little circle here, but I'm a pretty chubby guy. I love eating. And there's no better city and backdrop to enable my love for eating than the city of Chicago. And one of my favorite restaurants, especially a lunch spot, I'm probably there 3 to 4 times a week having a break bread with the past clients, someone in my sphere. And it's a restaurant called Summer House, Santa Monica. It's in Lincoln Park, in the Lincoln Park neighborhood of Chicago, not too far from our market center. And what I love about this restaurant is not just the food. Don't get me wrong, the food is great. But what I really love and how I define a great dining experience really rarely has anything to do with the food. And more so It has to do with the service. And what specifically Summer House does well is I never have to ask for a refill, especially when it comes to water. And I hate asking for refills, right? When you're thirsty, you're looking around, where's my server? I just need more water. You could have the best meal ever, the most delicious food, but something that little, like looking for more water, that refill, it can really taint that experience. Now you go from something that was really delicious to, I don't know if I'd ever come back here again. And that's why I feel the best dining experiences happen when things like your water is constantly refilled. Summer House, I'll give you an example. They're always checking in on you, and as they check in on you, they're always pouring more water into your cup. If they notice that your Diet Coke is like halfway down, they just bring you a new refill, well, even if you don't ask for it, right? And even when you need condiments, right? I'm a big ranch dressing fry type of guy, right? They always check in. They'll be like, hey, Tommy, I saw your food coming out at the windows. I think we're about like 3 to 5 minutes out. Before your food comes out, though, can I bring you any ketchup, mayo, ranch dressing, anything else that you would need with your meal? They're always staying one step ahead. I share this with you today because today is all about listings of what I'm going to share with you. And a lot of times we take the emphasis and focus around getting a listing, getting the at-bat, conversion, yada, yada, yada. But I want to focus on what you do when you have the listing and it's live, because that is the most important part. You need to make sure you're constantly refilling your client's water. And what do I mean by that? What's the worst text message, voicemail, or email we can receive from a seller client of ours? It's, hey, what's going on with my property? Like, what do we need to do to sell this thing? Are you done with the showing? Can I come back home yet? How did that showing go? Any feedback? What happens when they ask us? Now we're behind the 8 ball. We have to almost get defensive, right? Now that is like our seller clients asking for more water, looking around the restaurant. Where is Tommy? I need more water. Where is he? I want to know what's going on with my listing, my home sale. So it's super important. You could still sell your client's home and you can get the job done over asking price. But if the communication during the listing while you're live on the market isn't there, it can really taint that experience. And so how do we go about this? Well, one of the big things I want to talk about is, let me see if I can get to the next slide, Tuesday updates. This has been a game changer for our team and how we refill our clients' cups. Every Tuesday, you're going to commit yourself to following up with all of your clients, whether they're live on the market and active or under contract. And you're going to provide them a Tuesday update. That's an update on what's going on with the property. Okay. Now, I'm going to talk about this from a standpoint of you're not under contract yet, you're still on the market, and you want to give your client the update. First and foremost, you're going to set this expectation at the marketing consultation. You're going to let them know, hey, I'm going to always communicate with you on every Tuesday, whether there's an update or not, right? Give you a Tuesday update and let you know what's going on. The beauty in this is you're telling them ahead of time, a prescribed day that you're going to reach out to them. So what's cool about this is it curbs down the proactive communication from the client side, right? After showing what's going on over the weekend, how did the open house go? They know, oh, well, TC is going to call on a Tuesday, right? And provide me with an update. So it keeps you proactively ahead of the client and setting the right expectation when you're going to proactively respond to them versus being reactionary on the response. Now, when you do give your Tuesday update, this is the framework that we use. It's a simple 4-step proactive communication method, okay? Allows you to not be reactive and defensive, but proactive, okay? And we're going to go by it step by step. Now, I do this live on a call, and 9 out of 10 times you get their voicemail, and you're going to let them know in the voicemail, if you do, that you're going to follow up with them via email with an update as well. And you're going to start with these 4 pieces. Here's our goal. Here's what I did. Here are our challenges. And here is what we need to do. Here is our goal. You always have to state the goal, even though it's obvious, right? The goal is to sell your place. That's what we focus on. This is super important because you want to reset and reframe, right, and remind what the goal is. My goal, my focus is to sell your home. Okay, you have to state that out. As obvious it is, it still sets the tone. Then the second thing is, here's what I did. Here's what I did is your chance to provide your evidence of success. In the past 7 days, this is what I did to market your home, to get buyers to come through, right? To solicit offers to your home. You have to share the activity you did, the input to get the output of what our goal is that we just stated. This is a time where you have to be very, very data driven. And I share with them, like, hey, here's how many showings we did. Here's how many outbound calls I made to other real estate agents to make and bring awareness about your property. Here's how I did a reverse prospect on the MLS and called these agents who have buyers that are active, that have matched their search criteria. Here's what I did as far as open houses, showings, follow-up for feedback. You have to be able to give data and metrics around the activities and your evidence of success on what the input was to gain that output that both of you are looking for. Now, the third question is, here are our challenges. Now that you shared what you did activity-wise to get their home sold, you have to share the feedback that's received from them. Sometimes that's in the form of after showing feedback, right? When you're proactively following up with the buyer's real estate agent to understand if there's interest, why there's not interest, what else they're looking for, what else they've seen, what their price point is, things that you could change in the property, make improvements to, or maybe it's around purchase price, right? The listing price, what we're advertised at. The other piece is when you're making your lead generation calls, reaching out to other agents to try and get them to bring their clients through, right? Asking for feedback in those conversations, like, hey, what else are you seeing in the market right now? What do you think about our price? Maybe you're having a broker open house, right? That feedback, when you find golden threads that tie them together, a general theme, you want to be able to explain their challenges, right? Some might be like, hey, people don't like that you're on a busy street, right? That's our challenge right now. Or maybe floor plan is too small, right? People are wanting more space. That's our challenge right now. There's not enough outdoor space. That's our challenge. It's outdated, and our clients want to make it more modern, contemporary. You have to display and explain and be very transparent to what those challenges are that you're having with the property. And then 4, now this tees you up. Here is what we need to do. Here's the call to action. Based on this information that I just shared with you, here's what we need to do moving forward to go back around and achieve the goal that I set intention-wise at the beginning of this call or in the email. And now that you've given data and information, right, you've showed what the input was, what your proactive activity towards achieving this goal is, now you're presenting logical next steps, whether that's a price improvement, whether that's staging the home, whether that's making some sort of cosmetic changes, investments into the property. Now you're not just shooting from the hip and putting out a my gut says this. It's actually data-driven logic that sets you up for success to get that price reduction, to get that home stage, to maybe get them to paint the house or whatnot. Answering these statements, right? These questions, they highlight your communication and your leadership skills, right? It allows you to display to your clients your accountability, critical thinking, strategic thinking, and social intelligence, right? This allows you to be proactive in the process, keep them up to date, keep the communication high. It's like you're constantly refilling your client's water, providing them with the best experience no matter the outcome. I hope this helps, and I hope you implement some of this into your business today. Peace.
Hi, everyone. My name is Harrison Beecher. I'm based here in Washington, D.C., 1/3 managing partner of the Coalition Properties Group. And what I wanted to talk with you about today is our approach to getting more listings through something that I call neighborhood grassroots farming. And what we do with neighborhood grassroots farming is essentially find a way to show up within existing infrastructure within your community. So where I live in Northeast Washington, D.C., it's a pretty cool collection of communities. We don't really have a ton of official homeowners associations or like incorporated cities or things like that, but we do have neighborhood civic associations and citizens associations. So a couple of the things that I've done to get some business and create opportunities in those spaces is first show up. So if we want to talk about the way you become a better listing agent, the way you get more people in your community to know about you, know who you are, step one is showing up. And what does that mean? It means paying attention to the existing gatherings of people and finding a way to be present there. When you are present, pay attention to the players and see who is actually active and visible and like doing things. And those are the folks you want to get to know, introduce yourself to, and provide value to. An exact example of something that I did in the Lamond Riggs or Riggs Park neighborhood of Northeast DC is I joined their Citizens Association or LRCA. When I first joined the Citizens Association, I was just a member. I took about 6 months to watch, pay attention, notice what was going on, and also notice the operations. They had a newsletter that they distributed to the neighborhood. This little trifold newsletter, it maybe went to 1,000 homes or so in the community. And they had a vendor, a print vendor, who was an old guy in the neighborhood that was printing them at really cheap cost, like almost the same cost as you would like pay for something to print in your house, like 45 cents or 50 cents or something like that. So my first thought was, that's a pretty low cost per piece that they print. And would it make sense to potentially sponsor this each time it goes out? They would send out one of these things every other month, so 6 times a year. And at a cost of $500, it gave me the opportunity to be the exclusive sponsor of a newsletter. So when we talk about grassroots farming, what we're talking about is finding ways that people can see you, your brand, and who you are, and it's got to be in stages. So the first step is showing up. The second step is noticing and identifying opportunities within that community where you can provide value, show up, do a little bit more, be a little bit more active than your average person. So after showing up in the community association meetings, I offer to help them with a few different things, like making a social media page. The average age of the people in my community and that were active in that Citizens Association was probably closer to 65, 70. So they were pretty heavy boomer energy. They were older, and at the time didn't really know much about social media and how it could be a tool to help share the stories of what was going on. We had a pretty active blog in the neighborhood. A woman named Uchenna, who was the neighborhood president at the time, neighborhood association president, and she was my neighbor too. She wrote a great blog. She went out of her way to collect information and share it. So I wanted to make sure I got to know her and ask her the question of like, where are some spaces where you actually need help? And her biggest thing she said is we need some new voices. We need some new people to step up. So after coming for 6 months, I asked if there'd be an opportunity for me to be the exclusive sponsor and pay for the printing of the material. which I did. No objection at all. They were happy to do it. Didn't even think to get sponsors in the past. That's another tip when you're looking at neighborhood grassroots farming. If there is a lower cost, or if there is an existing listserv of people that are already being communicated to, they may have never even thought about advertising or having somebody offset the cost of the advertising. So be the first one to ask, and you might get it at a really cheap price. And for something like this, you don't have to take on the entire cost of printing. For me, it made sense to invest that $500 a month or every other month, so essentially $6,000 in a year. But for others, it could be less. It could be $100 a month. It could be $250, right? You don't have to be the exclusive sponsor. Just ask if you can offset the cost, because sometimes they may not have thought about it. So got to know Uchenna, got to understand better kind of the lay of the land and what was going on. And from there, I had to take it a step further, because when I talk about grassroots farming, I talk about being the person that is communicating not just the real estate data to people, because it's important that they see the real estate data from you, but also that gives them lifestyle information. So over this approximately 4-year period of living in this neighborhood, owning a property there, getting active in the Citizens Association, being on that board, and finding a way to underwrite and sponsor the newsletter, I was getting a couple different touch points. I was getting identified as a leader in the next year of that Citizens Association. I was on the board, helped them with marketing. I was advertising every other month when it went out. And then I wanted to add a little bit more to it. Because I had a lot of buyer transactions in that community, I was able to share the story of some of those buyer transactions by doing door-to-door flyer distribution. I'm pretty cheap, so I was in my market center at that time, and I was just printing out about 350 front and back sheets. They were black and white; they weren't even color. And on those front and back sheets, black and white, I'd put the market data of everything that just listed and sold. I would highlight one recent transaction, ideally something that I did on the front side. And on the back side of it, I'd have my contact information, picture and everything as half a page, and some type of lifestyle event on the bottom page. And when I call this neighborhood grassroots farming, it's because I delivered it door to door. I didn't deliver it myself. I hired TaskRabbits or interns to do the door-to-door delivery. And the one thing that separated it is, instead of just sending a naked piece of paper, I went on Amazon and bought a bunch of manila envelopes in bulk. I then went and got some stamps from Custom Ink, or one of those like custom websites that makes things for you. And on that stamp, I said the name of the neighborhood and confidential. So people were getting a manila envelope with my one-page flyer delivered into it, and the stamp that said Riggs Park Confidential on it. The same TaskRabbit and intern that helped me with the delivery also helped me with the stuffing. I created additionally some stickers and magnets that help people brand our neighborhood a little bit. So, you know, some people will have like the 4-letter acronym of the neighborhood. I made probably 1,000 of those, right? Total cost was maybe another $500 or $600 on that. And I delivered those those magnets and stickers with the first 2 distributions of the neighborhood grassroots farming flyer. So people were seeing me show up in the community, seeing me walk around with my dog too, getting to see me and be around, seeing me in the Citizens Association meeting, getting a flyer delivered every other month with my name and advertising on it. Then they were starting to get these manila envelopes that had a stamp that said Riggs Park Confidential. Like, what the heck is this? This is weird. And let me preface that this all worked because I did not have a homeowners association restricting that we could do door-to-door solicitations and delivery. So be very TCPA compliant, be thoughtful, be careful about how you deliver things door-to-door. But for me, it really made sense. And quite frankly, the total cost of this was less than just doing the flyers that I would do from mailing from side to side. And then the last piece of it that we added in was actually doing a quarterly half-page mail flyer. And this is your traditional farming postcard. Helped underwrite the cost of that with one of my lenders and contractors that helped pay for it, put some of their advertising on it, and just made sure that people were getting even more market data and information from me, in addition to the newsletter branding, in addition to the door-to-door distribution of this other Riggs Park Confidential marketing piece. They were getting a bigger, half-page invite or half-page marketing flyer once a quarter. And the thing that really nailed it and made that make sense too was that we would do some type of community event. And if I wasn't doing a community event myself that I put on, I was inviting them to and highlighting another community event that they should go to. The most successful community event that we did was getting a Humane Society rescue truck to bring out some kittens and puppies to the park in our neighborhood and give people the opportunity to potentially adopt an animal, right? So there's lots of things that people can get frustrated about, say they do or don't like it, they don't like marketing. Hardly anybody can get upset about rescuing animals here and there. And humane societies love to help put on events where they're bringing the animals and you can bring the people. So when it comes down to neighborhood grassroots farming and doing something in your community to get people to know you, to get people to see you, you got to first show up. Then you got to identify some marketing opportunities within existing listservs or infrastructure. Then after that, you have to add to it some type of extra or special way that you are communicating with them. For me, it was printing out the page, making the sticker, putting it in the manila envelope, and distributing that information door to door. And then the last pillar that's really important is events and lifestyle. You got to invite people to events that are either already going on in the community or that you yourself are planning. I think in this new kind of post Burnett Sitzer lawsuit and all the MLS changes coming up, putting effort and thought and energy into being the mayor of your couple blocks, of your neighborhood, of your town is super important. And a way that you can establish some mind share, get some more listings, create more opportunities to list and sell people's homes is by communicating with them strategically, tell them what's going on in the market, show up where they live, build trust and validity as a neighbor. And on top of that, just be someone that shows up and is present. So I really hope that this was helpful. If my team and I can ever support you, if you want some more ideas around listing or marketing or any of the trainings that we go through, check us out on Instagram at Coalition Properties, and I am at HL Beach. It's my absolute pleasure to be with you all today, and go out there and neighborhood grassroots farm your neighborhood.
I'm Christina Ward in Boise, Idaho, Keller Williams. I'm so excited to be showing you my listing presentation today in 10 minutes, which is going to be super fast. My background is 18 years of real estate sales, $1 billion in sales, all by referral. I am the listing agent for our team. We have a small but mighty team here in Boise. Last year we did 69, almost 70 million, 124 units, and 84% referral repeat. Okay, so this is actually my listing presentation, and I'm going to go through it really quick, not like how I would with a seller. So I start with by saying thank you. There's 8,000 realtors in Boise, and it's always an honor to sit on someone's kitchen table. I go over our marketing plan, which is actually a video. It's a 1.5 minute video. I go tour their house while they watch this, and I take video for my team so my team can write their listing description. Oh, here we go. And then we do the promise. If you don't know about the promise, Google Mike Hicks or Tony Baroni. They are experts at the promise, but this explains our customer service strategy. It's a 1 minute video. And so really when I changed my listing presentation, I changed the order, and I realized that there needs to be a little bit of a sales aspect. Because my business is so referral, I usually just show up, talk about the market, talk about a market analysis, and sign a contract. But now I'm competing a little bit more. I think it's more common for people to get two opinions, even if they're two referrals. So I really had to elevate how do we differentiate ourselves? So right from the beginning, I'm showing our clients the 5 things that we do different than anyone else. So I just tell them, here's what we do best. We make you more money. We sell your house for $18,000 more on average. Our list to sell ratio based on our list price to sales price compared to the markets. We save you time. We sell your house 2 times faster than the average local agent. Our expertise is 89% of our sales are repeat referral, and we've been in business for 18 years. Now I need to change this. We've sold 2,000 homes, and we prevent problems and we fix problems because of our expertise, which could cost you a lot of money. A mistake could just simply cost you money. A lost transaction can cost you money. The easy button, we have a full concierge service. We help you get your house ready for sale, so it elevates it to a higher price with staging and some contractor recommendations. This is proven to sell your home for 8% more. And then community impact, this is what I'm the most proud of. We make over a family's house in need, and we give away our 100th commission to local nonprofits every year. Then we talk about the market, talk about their market, so the whole big Ada County. Then we go into their market segment, which this one happens to be Southeast Meridian. Then we go small into their neighborhood. Here's how an appraiser would look at the market value. And then here's your competition. If you were listed today at whatever, what price do you think we should list at based on the sales? And they say, these guys actually said $450, which was awesome. I would have listed it for $475, but somewhere in there. And then how do we line up against the competition? And then for the net sheet, especially because we all charge different amounts and we all have different value. I wanted to be really careful about sharing this with all of you. But I do go over line by line how much it costs to sell a house. And I do specifically with commission for years, I've broken out, here's the listing commission fee, or here's the concession fee, or however we're going to say it in the future, right? And here's what you get for that. And here is the selling commission fee or concession. And here's what you get for that. And that fee is negotiable. What would you like to pay the person that brings the buyer? So then we go into before and after photos to show them the difference of what our photography does. I show them what not to do. Our clients actually tried to list without staging. I rarely list a house without staging, but this one did. And they did 3 price reductions and then said, fine, Christina, do whatever you want. We staged it. 5 days later, got 2 offers and sold it for more than asking, but I still lost them $30,000 in the meantime. So don't be like this person. Our difference. So if you are a team, if you aren't a team, you can find ways to differentiate your team. And so this is what an agent does, a million things. And that's why they sometimes don't do what they say they're going to do, or they forget to tell you what they did. You are in the center of our world. You have the listing team, the success team, and the buyer team all working for you. Specialists are better. You'd hire a shoulder surgeon instead of a general surgeon if you needed shoulder surgery. So here's the team. I talk about who they're going to hear from, what to expect. I don't actually go into reviews. I kind of find that annoying. I mean, if they care, but I just send this to them afterwards. And then this is a crucial part of the presentation. So this is where I really listen. I mean, we're talking a lot. They're talking hopefully more throughout the entire presentation, but here's the most important thing. Here are your top 3 expectations. In the form you filled out, you said you're looking for trust, good communication, and a smooth process. And Susie, you filled out the form. John, do you have anything else you would like to add to this? And they'll say, yeah, I have a 4th thing. Okay, let's put that down. So tell me about trust. What does trust look like to you when you've had a really great relationship with a professional? And then they say that, whatever. And I say, okay, what I'm hearing is, tell me more about that. What would that look like? What are your expectations of us with trust? And then can I tell you a little bit about us? And then I go into what we do to earn trust. All of our referral repeat business, we closed our 17th transaction with one family last week. And we know we earned that business. We don't get guaranteed it. We have to do great work and we have to earn that trust. And I want to earn your trust. So we just go dig into what that means. Then we go into our proven process. And I just go step by step. They love this. Step by step. All the things that you can expect. Because sometimes we leave and they're like, what do I do now? Well, we're going to sign paperwork. We're going to do a house preparation plan. You're going to get a call from our transaction manager. Then we're going to get contractor bids. We're going to declutter and get contractors done, staging and photos, game plan meeting, which means we meet a week before listing and make a plan. How are showings going to work? Are we changing the price? What's the market look like? What happens when there's offers, no offers? It's an expectation meeting. It's one of the best parts of my whole business, and it makes this appointment shorter because the showings and all the details, they're going to forget that by the time they list. Right before we list, we have a game plan meeting. Marketing launch on the MLS, open house, weekly emails with feedback, weekly phone calls from the team. In 3 weeks, we are going to reevaluate the price and make a price reduction suggestion. And then you might choose to make a price reduction. It's a new launch on the MLS. Hopefully you get an offer and then under contract. Then we do the house preparation. So we talk about what are they going to do versus what are we going to get them contractors for to hire. And then we go over contracts, and then we sign contracts and I say thank you. So that is our entire presentation, and I have no idea how long this has been. So I'm going to be done. I hope that was helpful, everyone. I'm Christina Ward in Boise, Idaho. I love listings. I love communication. I love surprising and delighting, setting expectations and exceeding them. And this presentation and the order of the presentation has been life-changing for me to list and sell. I think it's been over 800 houses here in Boise. I hope you all have a great day.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. I'm so grateful to have had Christina plugging in with us. She is someone I've always looked up to. If you've never been to Boise, Idaho, the most precious place ever. Highly recommend it. Mike, have you been to Boise?
I have not, but I've heard that. You know, it's kind of like one of those hidden gems that's not hidden anymore, right?
It's not. It's actually very expensive there. Go buy some real estate from Christina in Boise. She'll be very grateful. But I love the outline, right, of her listing appointment and what she talks about and kind of how she lays things out. It's important to remember, especially if you're in a referral-based business, that it's often becoming a business where people are doing their research, and rightfully so. That way, when they hire you, they know they're hiring the right person for the job. So thank you, Christina. If it's okay with y'all, I want to update you on our goal. And then we're going to talk about the VIP thing because I see in the chat box it's causing a little confusion. So first, guys, we are just shy of $358,000. Get it. But we want to make sure you guys have the tools. So to be clear, the VIP package is essentially your regular ticket, but with some cool add-ons. So if you already bought a ticket and you're like, I want the cool add-ons, I want the shirt, I want the playbook. If you're someone who is like dropping your email in, no email necessary. We're going to send everything out. So when you go to the website, kwcares.org/multiply, you're going to upgrade your regular ticket to VIP. And so when you click VIP, you're going to use that upgrade in the code bar that Mike was telling us about earlier, because it's going to discount your ticket for what you already paid. So it's like if you had just come into it as a VIP ticket holder right out of the gate. Did I cover it, Mike? Do you think the people understand?
Yes. What's that thing? The angle goes like this. Which is it? Is it the slash? Is it the hyphen? I know it's going this way. Which one is that?
know.
You know, you're the copious one, right? So
That does not fit at all here, Mike. Copious does not work in that sentence
you
at
know,
all.
like
That
Cody
was
Gibson, when he gets a
not your
word
best.
and he gets on a word and he keeps going and going and going. I'll probably be with my kids later and talk about copious. And they'll be like, hey, Google, how do you spell copious? That's usually what happens in our house. We had a bet last night, my wife and I, on who was more famous, but that'll be another time, another Zoom or another thing, you know, so we'll talk about that later. But I could not, hey, I wanted to cover this. I know in our notes it did not talk about, hey, cover segment 2, but you know what? We're running the show. They can't tell us what to do. We can do it anyway.
They absolutely can.
One thing I noticed, go ahead, I would say from every speaker, almost every one of them has helped over 2,000 people. And they didn't say millions, they said billions of dollars in real estate. That's something to aspire to when you think about the value that we're bringing today. Wow, look at that. And you know what else I heard? Mike Hicks and Tony Baroni. I know we got Tony Baroni later, but The Promise, that's something people need to YouTube and look up. That is amazing. Hicks is a legendary. We need to think about him for next year.
Absolutely. I mean, realistically, like the level of the people we're learning from is what brings me so much excitement. And Mike, myself, our whole crew who put together this event, we said, who are the people you love learning from? Who are the ones that speak well? And I hope you guys are finding that in today and in the value you're taking away. And of course, you could always email KW Cares. No, I don't even know what their email address is off the top of my head. But if you guys have a suggestion of who we should be hearing from in the future, please reach out. Actually, I'll drop my Instagram stuff. Let's connect. And I'd love to hear who we should have as a speaker in the future. But Mike, tell us about what's going on our disaster front.
Well, I was going to say too, if people want speakers next year, I take gift cards, I take Venmo, I take, Starbucks. They can just, send it to me. But I was going to say, we'll get a little more serious, I guess. But if you think about it, obviously Milton and Helene are front of mind for us right now. But as you know, we're going to show you a video about Maui last year. How can we not forget the historic fires that happened there? And just remind you of how many years KW Cares and the amount of millions of dollars that we've raised from generosity people like you guys and giving and giving and giving. So please upgrade, remember caps, all caps, upgrade to be able to get the playbook, the recording, the t-shirt, all the fun stuff. But we're going to run right into Maui. And then you know what we're going to do? Gene Rivers, one of my favorite. Oh, we love him. Hey guys, have we had him live with us several times? He is one of our favorites. We can't wait to have him in Northwest Arkansas again. But he is going to cover leverage right after the Maui video. So stay tuned.
I'd heard stories about that valley above us, and I've heard that the wind can take the roof off of houses, and that was always like this myth story. That morning of the 8th, one of our neighbors' roofs was in our backyard.
We got a call from the school saying that the school was not happening because of the wind.
Our brokerage was advising our agents to prepare accordingly. I don't think anyone had any idea that it could get as bad as it did.
I was pretty certain we were going to be okay where our house was by Lahaina Shores.
I saw the black smoke, I heard the sounds, and I was like, we're out, let's go.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Without enough fire trucks to help, it was fast and furious.
911 emergency, how can I help you? I'm calling down from Lahaina. We're on Front Street in Baker. There are a bunch of cars.
As we got closer, you know, it was clear that there was a lot of things on fire, including human things, because it was black smoke.
Just get out of Lahaina.
The entire city?
The entire city, yes. Just get out of Lahaina.
Front Street is so small, and that whole area is so tight that people were boxed in.
You are not safe. You gotta find some way to get to the ocean.
Firefighters are not able to fight the fire overnight, and instead we're letting the brush burn. The prime concern, I should say, is protecting lives and properties. The police.
We just kind of watched the glow like out the window, and it just kept, I don't know, praying and hoping that it wasn't as bad as I feel like we knew it was.
On Thursday morning, we left Ma'alai Harbor and passed the roadblock. We saw for the first time, you know, the devastation that was this neighborhood that I've lived in for 25 years.
I went back the second day or the day after the fire just to see our place, or I just had to know, like, for myself, whether it was still there or not there. And once we got to our street, I mean, I could tell that it was bad, but I saw my neighbor's truck, like, on the road. It was fine. And I just thought to myself, like, oh, my house is gonna be there. And then we got up to the top, and I turned the corner, and it was still, like, everything was just gone, and I just fell on my knees.
The gift of that Thursday, the 10th of August, underneath these branches, there was this burnt page, and it was a journal of mine. It's like, my work is guided by God, my love is guided by God. And my life is. And it said, "Your God I trust." And I do, but it was different.
It was really incredible to see everyone pulling together, first in the office, because we needed to gather together as a very tight group, and really then go out and look and search and make sure people were okay. And then we went to the company.
Because of your generosity, we've already raised over $30,000 for our Maui family.
The resounding, overwhelming thing that has been so impressive is the positive attitude of all these agents.
It was incredible. It was amazing just to see all the help from strangers, from people that you knew.
What this company has done, and it's the culture of this company is real. I love Maui. You know, she'll be okay.
It was what we call in Hawaii, our ohana came together.
Hello, my name is Gene Rivers. I'm here to talk to you about leverage. I've been in this industry for 36 years. My wife and I both quit our jobs and went into real estate together. We were looking to be masters of our own fate, and we believed that we could be very successful in real estate sales and get out of our boring, non-challenging jobs that we were doing well with, but we got no joy out of our work. This may sound familiar to some of you. So we actually hired our first assistant our first year in the real estate industry. And we were barely going, but we knew from our business background something very simple. You're never going to be making $100,000 a year if you're doing $25,000 or $30,000 a year work. And we understood this. I'll never forget, we were standing in our real estate company office, and we were at the copier. And Rebecca was making copies, and I had someone in a conference room, and I needed to get some copies for them. And we were both standing there listening to ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk. And we looked at each other and we said, this is crazy. We need to be in front of our customers. We shouldn't be doing this work. And we hired somebody. Now, the point about hiring somebody is not the only issue in leverage. Leverage is three things. It is systems, tools, and people. And either one of those is called leverage because they bring two things to your business. Two things. And ideally, they bring both of these things. They bring in a higher level of effectiveness, and they bring in a higher level of efficiency. A great system will bring effectiveness and efficiency. A great tool will bring effectiveness and efficiency. A person will bring great effectiveness and hopefully efficiency. Some people aren't as efficient as we'd like them to be. But those are the things you want out of leverage. Systems, tools, and people should create that. I remember we used our wits mainly early on in our career in terms of going on listing appointments or buyer consultations. And we started taking a lot of training our first year because we were shocked to discover that the real estate licensing process told us how to not get sued. It did not tell us anything about how to sell residential real estate, which is what we were trying to do. So we were taking all this training and we were learning a lot of stuff, and I was going on listing appointments that were taking me an hour and 45 minutes to 2 hours plus, and my wife felt the same thing. By the way, we weren't working in terms of being a team where one did agent work and one did admin. We didn't do that at all. That was maybe a big mistake, but we didn't do that. If the phone rang, you took it. If it was a buyer or seller, you took it. If there was paperwork to do with your buyer and seller, you did it. So we were basically two single agents who were peer partnering with each other in order to be successful in doing sales. So we heard at a training session about a pre-listing package for a seller. And I thought it was amazing in terms of educating the consumer prior to the meeting, so that if they knew more about you and your process, if they knew more about the nature of the current market, and if they knew about what are common issues or common obstacles into getting a home sold, then when we actually showed up and had a meeting, it'd probably be a better meeting. Well, it sure was. Guess what happened? My listing appointments went from an hour and a half to 2 hours down to an hour. And my conversion rate actually went higher. In other words, a shorter meeting was getting me more business. Later, and I mean a few years later, we kept going and taking training, and a few years later, we found out something else about it, which is putting in forms for people to fill out prior to the meeting. And we discovered the power of a seller concern sheet, in which a seller tells you what are the main things on their mind that need to be talked about. When I started doing that, Rebecca and I both discovered that a seller concern sheet took the hour appointment now down to 30 to 40 minutes. And my point about all this is by the way, and the conversion rates continued to go up. So what a great tool does is that it creates effectiveness, got higher conversion rates, and it has efficiency. The appointment shrunk. Think about how people do this. If I hire an administrative person who spends 40 hours a week working on all the admin work, my business gets much more efficient, and me, because all that work is being done and clients are happier, my work in getting properties listed or under contract or closed got higher. It's effectiveness. And if you actually hire an admin, you should see your business grow by approximately 24 units. That will be the optimum performance of a single agent who's doing about 36 deals. This is level 1 in the Red Book. You hire that first admin, you're going to grow your business because of efficiency and effectiveness to 60 units a year. At today's average sale price in the nation, that could be $360,000 for the single agent, another $240,000 growth of your business due to the admin work. That would be a total, I know you can do the math, that would be a total of about $600,000 with one hire. That's leverage. That's what leverage is. It's getting more done at a higher level, not just more, but more done at a higher level of professionalism and skill set. So when you think about leverage, you need to think about where are you trying to go? How big do you want your business to be? And it shouldn't be some random thing. Well, I think I want to hit the millionaire book. That's got nothing to do with you. You may or may not want to do that. You may need to go beyond that. But that's not the goal. The goal is for you to figure out the life worth living, which is the mission that we're on here in Keller Williams. We want you to have a career worth having, a business worth owning, so that you can have a life worth living. And you will need to be giving experiences worth giving, and I'm going to add to that, receiving. You need to be giving your clients and your staff and your agents experiences worth giving, and they need to be receiving those. And ultimately, your legacy is going to be all of those satisfied customers, all of those homeowners, growing wealth, growing equity, paying for kids' colleges, and ultimately maybe investing and leaving generational wealth. And then with your team having their own success track, growing themselves, maybe starting their own business, who knows, but you will never do anything but leave a positive imprint on the future if you start a small business and build it to give you the life you want, but also helping other people get the lives that they want. There's so much I could talk to you about leverage, but the fact is very simple. If you're a single agent listening to this and you are working to sell 36 houses a year and you're doing on an average 3 a month, you've got 3 that are closing this month, you got 3 more that are already written that you're shepherding to close next month, and you got another 3 that you're trying to put together that will close 2 months out. So you're juggling at least 9 deals all the time, and because not every deal makes it, you're probably juggling 10 or 12 in order to get 36 closed a year. With that workload, it is impossible for you to do it in 40 hours a week. It's impossible. So you end up working longer hours than you should. Your customers, what used to be great customer service in your business when you were doing about 2 a month, at 3 a month, your customer service peaks and starts to go down. And you feel it, and you're not proud of it, and you wish you could fix it, but it's just you, and you're doing 36 deals, juggling 12 deals, and you simply don't have the time. When you hire that first admin hire, all of that goes away. Customer service cranks back up powerfully. 40 hours a week, somebody's answering the phone, somebody's sending emails, somebody's dropping off flowers and sending out note cards. Things are getting taken care of that you never did on your own. And your customer service will create referrals like you've never seen. So I want you to think like a CEO. I want you to think that your business, your consumers, customers, clients, whatever you want to call them, your consumers in your business, you want them to do one thing, and that is send you a referral. It is not money. It is not money. You don't help people buy or sell for money. You do it so that you can create an experience worth giving and they're receiving it to the level that they will send you more business. And this isn't real estate. Any small business owner wants people to come in the door and not just come back, but to bring their family and their friends in. And that's what we want, because we are business owners and we need to think like a CEO. So when you think about leverage, think about your systems, your tools, and your people, and you should be running on average about 100 to 120 units with 2 admin and 2 licensed people. And this is the Red Book. This is not my theory. And as you grow, if you're doing it right, those levels of efficiency and effectiveness will also give you a business that is a 30, 30, 40, a 40% gross profit margin. So my friends, it's all about thinking like a CEO. It's all about understanding systems, tools, and people, and building a business worth owning. My name is Gene Rivers, and I hope you take this to heart, and I wish you all the best, and thank you for supporting a great cause.
Hello, thanks so much for allowing me to share with you today. I'm Jenny Wallach with the Wallach Group, Keller Williams Realty in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I'm super excited to get to share with you a little thing that I came up with for my team in order to keep us focused on our lead generation, but while still making sure that we're living our best lives, our full potential, because isn't that what this life is all about? So anyway, here is the introduction to my new class that I came up with, but guess what? All of the things that you're going to see inside this class come from all the things that I've learned at Keller Williams through my 18 years at the company. I've learned things through the Millionaire Real Estate Agent book, as well as the One Thing is one of my favorite productivity tool. And then, of course, Shift is such an amazing tool and resource as well, which absolutely is referenced in today's session. So thanks for hanging out with me, and I'll get us going here. So this class is called Business Buckets to Fund Your Bucket List. Because see, I realize that we got to know why we're doing this business in order to get up every day and go out there and make connections and have conversations with people. But if we're not dreaming big and thinking about what we want out of this life by having a bucket list, creating a vision board, then maybe sometimes we get a little burned out in the business because we don't have something bigger to look forward to. So as you can see, the backdrop of the screen is actually me in front of the Trevi Fountain last year on a family vacation through Italy. It was an amazing time, and I got to check some awesome stuff off my bucket list. So let's talk today about how we're going to generate business with the 4M system. But first, there's always this very important warning. You must comply with the TCPA and any other federal, state, or local laws, including for B2B and calls and texts. Never call or text a number. Do not call on any do not call list, and do not use an auto dialer or artificial voice or pre-recorded message without proper consent. Contact your attorney to ensure your compliance. Now listen, today, anytime that I use the phrase or words of call or text, we know that it has to be TCPA compliant, right? Got it. All right, so let's get started here. Well, here's the thing. Leverage answers 3 important questions. Who is going to do it? How will they do it? And what will they do with it? So the answers are people, systems, and tools. And that comes straight from the Millionaire Real Estate Agent book on page 43. Now, why do I bring up leverage? Well, because today is a form of leverage for you. This class is a system to leverage your lead generation to make your life a little bit easier and better. And as we know, Gary Keller says that real estate is a contact sport. So in order to be successful in real estate, you got to make some contacts. And we like to say contacts can be in many, many forms, and we'll talk about all those different methods of making contacts with others today. So I realized in my many years on this earth that life is too short and work can be hard. We've gone through a lot in the real estate industry, especially lately. And when we know why and what we are doing this business for, we can get very clear on our buckets of business that help us with our daily conversations. And guess what? It's going to be more rewarding and way more fun when we do. So when we share the right message with the right people at the right time, our business will grow, and that helps us fund our bucket list. So we can go on those amazing family vacations and journeys that we've always dreamt of. See, we know though that successful people are always powered by a big why. And I encourage you to think through, why are you doing this business? And really, how much do you need to make? Because those could be different answers, and you got to get really clear on them. So for today's class, I'm really using the bucket list as a placeholder for dreaming big and having goals. And whenever you use a bucket list, it helps you to think big and aim high, because you're envisioning maybe more than you've accomplished yet to date, or traveling to locations or having experiences that you haven't yet done. And it really helps to inspire and motivate. So a bucket list, as you know, it's a list of experiences or achievements that you hope to accomplish in this lifetime. I mean, we only got one shot, right? So having these goals and dreams allow us to get up every day and have some energy and turn some of our dreams into a reality. So know why we're lead generating allows us to connect with people each day, which leads us to living our mission and allowing us to fund our perfect life and our bucket list. All right, so here's just some examples of a bucket list of categories you can think through. This might be something that you want to come back to on another day, and maybe in your notes section of your phone or in a document or just on a piece of paper. Start making a list of all the places you want to go, the things you want to do before you are done with this lifetime, because it does go by fast, haven't you noticed? Yeah, as well, Ferris Bueller does remind us that life moves pretty fast, and if you don't stop and look around once in a while, you could miss it. Don't forget that. So today we're going to work to build your business buckets that will then help you fund your bucket list. Doesn't that sound fun? So we're going to use these 4 M's. So I pulled these 4 M's and came up with putting them all together because it just made sense for my brain and our team to get really clear on who we're going to be talking to. That's the market of the people that we're going to be talking to, and what message are we going to share with them? You know, what's happening? What do they need to know about? What method are we going to deliver that in? And how are we going to pass along that message? And then, of course, we got to have some metrics in place, because we got to know if we're succeeding or not. If we won the day, how are we going to measure those results? Now, market and message I have in bold font on purpose, because these come right from Shift on page 58, where the authors talk about using the market and the message in order to make sure that you are communicating with your people in the correct way. But I added in the 2 other M's, and I'll show you why and how we did that here in just a sec. So whenever you think about the market, when we say you got to know who the market is, well, that's could be the source, the people that you're going to talk to, but also the real estate market. What's happening in your local market or in the national market that you need to understand so that you can be the best fiduciary and agent for your people. So understanding that we understand the market, the real estate market, as what's happening right now, but also the group of people that we want to be speaking with directly and what message will they get. So I put together this graphic here that has the 4 different buckets of business, your sources. So we got your sphere of influence. That's people you already know. When you started in this business, they're friends or colleagues. You went to high school together. You know that who they are. They are a MET. You have a relationship, a two-way relationship. Now, you also have your past clients bucket. Now, these are people who are probably or were maybe your sphere of influence. They're METs, you know them, and they have said yes to allowing you to help them with a real estate purchase or sale. So that is another bucket of business that you want to have defined as well. Now we've got our leads bucket. So these are inbound. These are people that have come your way over time. Maybe they clicked on a website or they called on a sign. You have generated them in some fashion. They are unmet typically first as they come into you. And then of course, over time, they can work their way into another one of these buckets, but those are your leads bucket. And then I've got this extra bucket because we need to always still be growing our database, and how we can add the extra buckets could be different techniques, like you've met them through your own efforts. You've gone out and found them. So this is more of an outbound way of gathering unmet people. So whenever I take this graphic here and then I kind of fold in a little bit more, because I'm a visual person, I like seeing, okay, so what does my sphere of influence, what kind of touches and communication do they get? Now, of course, you guys see here at the bottom, I've got that warning and reminder. Anytime you see or think about a text, a call, you have to make sure that you are following TCPA rules. And so, inside of your touch plan, go ahead and list out all your touches. You're going to have a quarterly touch of some kind. It could be a compliant call or text, a birthday card or call that is compliant, as well as any other events or invitations, a pop by, etc. You get the idea there. You get to build out what that plan looks like for each of these buckets. Now, of course, your past clients may have very similar touch plan to your sphere, but maybe they've got additional touches, right? Because they have a home anniversary, they have been an actual client. So if you have exclusive client events, these might be the people that are going to be involved in that kind of stuff. Now on your leads, if you don't yet know them, you haven't converted them, you've just worked to get together and connect, you might have some other touch plans or follow-up systems. We know that we have the Do the Database 2 system. That's a great tool for making sure that you're staying in communication with your people in a systematic way. Inside of your CRM, you may have options and ways to set up touch plans so you don't forget about people. Maybe it's a TCPA compliant call, text, email, social media touch, all of the things that you could do to connect with those people. And then lastly, in our extra category, this is the stuff where maybe you're going to go out and find the business. So this is open houses or door knocking or TCPA compliant calls or text to network and business to business conversations, right? So these are just some ideas for you. Now you build out your plan, of course, but this is a good place to start. So that was just all the market. Those are the sources of who you're going to talk to. And now the messages you're going to use, you get to make them up as well, and you can borrow mine if you haven't yet. But I just kind of brain dump these ideas. So whenever I'm thinking about the message I'm going to share with people, I want to first review and ask myself, what's happening in the market right now that this group of people need to know about? Do we have events coming up that we can invite them to? What's happening in the community? Is it a certain holiday season? And that can be the message that gets shared with them. What time of year is it? Is it back to school time? Is that the message you want to share? Any local vendors or service providers that you want to provide value to, that's a great message to share with your people. What are, life events are going on for them? Maybe you pull it in and make it even more personal that way. And then do we know their next move date? Maybe that's a message that you're sharing with your people so you get really in sync and flow with them. So our friend Phil Jones said this from the stage at a couple of our events recently, and I loved it so much. It's inside of everything I share. And the reminder is this: stop counting conversations and start making conversations count. This is our reminder to go deep with our people, to be in sync and flow with them, and really understand their wants and needs. So we've got our market, our sources of business, and what messages we're going to share with them. And then how about the method? This is the form of delivery. How am I going to get that message to that group of people? Now, I just made these up. You may have your own different list, or use some of these or amend it. But maybe it is some calls or texts that are compliant, as well as emails or door knocking, face to face. Whatever it is that you need to do, a form of delivery, then use it and make it a part of your plan. Now, we lastly have our metrics. So you're getting all these 4 M's. We have our market we're talking to, the sources of business, the message we're going to share, the method, a form of delivery, and the metric. This is so important. It's great to do all of the first 3 M's, but if we're not tracking and paying attention to the results, then what's the point? We don't even know if we are succeeding or not. And so here's just some ideas that I put down. Maybe you're going to track the number of two-way conversations you get to have, or setting of an appointment. That is a metric. Taking a listing, a new under contract pending property. Are you adding more people to your pipeline, your database? Are you setting some coffee dates, going on coffee dates, lunch dates, networking events, pop-bys, invitations, notes written, social media posts, referrals received, whatever the metric is, and create a bigger list. I'm cool with it, but have a set goal for your lead generation time. And you could have some of your goals even just based on your standards. So if you have a business and you know that you have a standard number of contacts and conversations to have or appointments to set, that just is automatically on here as your goal, right? You can always exceed it. Just some ideas there. Now let's put it all together. So you've got the big idea, you got the 4 M's, and now if we just had this one big visual here, we can see that we've got our market, these are the different buckets that we have, the message that we're going to deliver to them, how we're going to deliver it, and then the results that we're going to measure. Because the point of me sharing all this is now you have a project. Each month, I like doing it at the end of a month, because then as a team, we can look to the next month ahead and we can think, okay, what do we have going on? What's happening? What time of the year is it? What do our people need to know about? What events are coming up? What holidays are coming up? Because then you know what your messages are going to be. So this is just a one-pager, and we'll share this one-pager with you for your own reference. And so just imagine if you had 12 pieces of paper, or in your computer on a document, that works too, and just have this for each month. So if you know what events you have coming up or conversations you want to share, then you can plan ahead. You can be really prepared. So this is why I created this, to tell you the honest truth, because you get to Monday morning and you have lead generation and talk to people on your calendar, and then you go, well, where do I start? Who do I talk to? Well, if the week before you already thought through it and you go, okay, well, this week I know that I'm going to do this or have this message, then you know how to get going and get into action. Now, I like seeing what it could really look like. I like mapping it out. So I give you an example here. So you would have this, one pager and have this idea and ready to go. And so this was just our plan at the beginning of this year, right? So it's the first week of January. We're all off and excited and ready to go for the year. And so what would then the market be? Well, Did y'all have everybody at the end of a year, they always say, I'm waiting to buy or sell until next year? Well, yeah, so that's what your message can be. It can be, well, you know, you said you were going to make a move this year. Well, it's this year. So are you still looking to make a move? So you can have your message crafted around who you're going to be talking to, and then your method. So you're going to maybe call or text them in a TCPA compliant way, but then also the metric could be, how many conversations am I going to have? Now, you guys probably know this one. This one's probably always on your list. Well, let's just try a different example. So maybe in the second week of the year for us, we always host a holiday, Valentine's Day. No, that's not it at all. I need to erase that. In the second week of the year, we maybe this is a time then to go and connect with your sphere, your VIPs. You didn't maybe get to talk with them through the holidays, and you can the message could be very simple. Hey, Happy New Year. Are you up for meeting for coffee? You want to grab a lunch? These could be really face-to-face important kind of conversations. Then we're going to measure how many offers did you make to have a coffee date? Did you set them? Did you hold them? Because all of these are ways to continue to connect and build rapport with your people. Now, maybe the third week of the year, you're ready to host an open house. And so you're going to use that whole week to invite people, to promote the open house, maybe go and do a video at that property, to have a social media post, and then actually door knock and invite the neighbors. So you have lots and lots of touches and communication that can happen by just hosting one open house. And then lastly, this is what I was sharing before, is that for Valentine's Day, we always do a little giveaway for our clients and our database. And so you can start that messaging for that coming up. Hey, want to make sure that you didn't miss our Valentine's Day giveaway. Here's the link. I'll send it on over to you so you can make sure and sign up. So maybe this way, this metric could be that you're going to track how many invitations you send and maybe get to receive some referrals. So you can see in the whole first month of the year, right out of the gate, you know who you're talking to, what you're saying, how you're going to do it, and how you know if you won. So those are just the quick overviews and ideas around the 4 M's in order to build your business buckets. But here's some tips for success that I've learned already from implementing this. You got to have this as a plan, a time block. So have it on your calendar that the next month you're going to look ahead, or even the next week as a team or as an individual agent saying, what do I have going on and what is my message? You have to pause and think about it. We got to tally our results. So what worked and what didn't work? What was not worth your time and what could you improve on next? So we want to have the most productive conversations. Did you add people to your pipeline and maybe to your database? So what could be used again? Did something really just was awesome? I'm going to continue to copy and paste and repeat that one over and over again. What worked best? What didn't? What metrics were best? And what kept you focused on your goals? Because here's the deal. At the end of the day, this business can be tough. It can be so challenging and so exciting. And the thing is that we have to find joy in the journey to keep going. It could eat us up inside. It could wear us down. But if we know why we're doing this business, we have a bucket list, we have our dreams, we have our goals, it motivates us to keep going. And when we're setting up our calendar and our plan based on having appropriate conversations with the right people at the right times, sharing the right message, and tracking those results, we're going to feel better about what we're doing. So that's it. That's what I got. I got the 4 M's because whenever you use the business buckets, that helps you build your bucket list and fund it as well. So I hope you enjoyed this lesson and let me know what you think.
Hello, Keller Williams family, distinguished visitors and guests. Glad to see you here. Our topic for this session is from overwhelm to organize. Time blocking your solution to make more money in less time. How many of you, raise your hand, you have been feeling overwhelmed, especially with all the changes in our industry in the last couple of weeks and the last couple of months, even how the market has shifted. So, but before we continue, I want to thank you guys for being part of this, for supporting KW Cares. It's a great cause. So my name is Jose Fernandez. I am originally from Puerto Rico, been living in Miami for 25 years, been in real estate for over 20 years, and with Keller Williams for 15 years. In the last 5 years, I've been teaching a whole day course on the book, The One Thing, both nationally and internationally. So some of the things that we're going to talk about today are coming from that book. So there's 3 things that we're going to talk about today. Number 1, we're going to determine how much you work per hour. Number 2, we're going to outline the lies that the book talks about. But 3, most important, what are some of the actions that you can take based on the knowledge that you get from today? So number 1, how much are you worth per hour? Do you know how much you worth per hour? Say yes or no. Post it on the chat. Do you have an idea how much you worth per hour? Maybe you say, Jose, I have no clue. Guess what? Let's talk about it. So there's 52 weeks in a year. Let's think that we are taking 2 weeks off for vacation. So we're left with 50 working weeks. On average, how many hours a realtor works? I know it feels like a gazillion hours. Some of you might be saying 40, 50, say, okay, for the sake of this exercise, let's use 50 hours. So 50 working weeks times 50 hours a week, that's 2,500 working hours in a year. Now, what was your GCI last year? Or if you, in your agent, how much you would like to finish this year? Or if you've been in the industry for many years, what was the year that you make the most amount of money? Think about that number, that GCI for the entire year. Now you divide that number by 2,500, and there you got your amount per hour. So for the sake of this exercise, we're using a GCI of 250,000. We divide it by 2,500, and we get a GCI. Look at that. We get $100 per hour. That's how much we're worth. So a couple of years ago, I did this exercise and I was worth about $167.50. And I started making different decisions. So here are some of the decisions I made at home. No more cooking for me. Let's get the meals delivered. When you think about like by the time you prep, cook, get the kitchen clean, half an hour there is gone. Half an hour for lunch, half an hour for dinner. That's an hour, 7 days a week. So there, I'm getting 7 hours back by just getting my meals delivered every day. Number 2, my grocery delivery. Just think about going, finding parking, going to the store, making the line, paying, putting everything in your truck when you can have your meals delivered. On and off, you can take about half an hour every week on that. I like to have my shirts ironed. Look at that. So I got a lady that instead of me ironing my shirts, I will drop off about 15 shirts every 2 weeks and get them back from her. Landscaping, cleaning my house, you know. So all these things. So I got back about 10 hours a week. So just imagine 10 hours a week times 50 weeks. That's 500 hours in a year times $100. That's like $50,000 there. Now let's talk into our business. I use my GPS 100% of the time, all the time. Even I know how to get to my house. I know how to get to my office. But I use it because I realize if I use my GPS, it's going to tell me that there's bad driving out there, especially in Miami. I don't know if you've been in Miami, but people drive really bad in Miami. I know I save out about a half an hour. I know every week by using my GPS. Yes, I was one of those. I got an electric car about a year and a half ago. I don't have to go look for a gas station, get there, be on the pump, paying and all that. I feel like I'm saving about half an hour. I got a VA, virtual assistant. I think that VA saved me about 2 hours a week. Transaction coordinator. That was a game changer for me during the pandemic. Like 4 years ago, I got my transaction coordinator, and at least she saved me like 2 hours a week. And about a little bit over a year ago, I got a showing assistant. I would say that he definitely saved me about 4 hours a week. AI. Whether you like it or not, AI is here to stay. So you got to embrace it. And I will say that I have been embracing AI for the last couple of months. And I will say that AI is saving me on average about an hour a week. Altogether, you got 10 hours a week by making these changes and using these things here. Times 50 weeks in a year, times $100. That's another 50,000. Hey, Jose, I get it. I see it. That works for you. But I just need my time back immediately. How you can get your time back immediately? Number one, social media. How much time are you spending in social media? How about if you take 30 minutes less? If you reduce the time you're spending online and in social media, that's like 3.5 hours in a week. 30 minutes times 7. How about TV and Netflix? How much time are you sitting in front of a TV in your couch? How about if you reduce that for 30 minutes? There you got another 3.5 hours. How about waking up early? Just half an hour early. And look at that. I didn't put 7 days. I put 6 days. So you can sleep in on Sunday. So that's 3 hours. Altogether, this is how you gain 10 hours back. 10 hours times 50 weeks times $100. You do the math. So now that you know that how much you work per hour, let's talk about the 6 lies. That these are the lies that some of us are still believing that are derailing us from achieving the success that we want to achieve. Lie number 1, everything matters equally. No, Mr. and Mrs., not everything matters equally. There's certain things that matter most than others. So this is how we should start our day. Yeah, we start our day with our to-do list. Things that we should do, could do. But we quickly need to move from our to-do list to our success list. What are the things that I need to be doing? There's certain things on that list that somebody else could be doing. Somebody else could be doing for a lot less. Or some things that they could wait. And just imagine what the Pareto principle, the 80-20 rule. So like 20% of those things that we need to be doing from our success list are going to give us 80% of our results. So what are some actions that you can take? Number 1, calculate how much you work per hour. And we did it here. Number 2, understand how the 80-20 principle applies to you and your business. Number 3, create a to-do list, but narrow it down to your success list and start there. Number 4, determine what's your one thing today that needs to get done. Number 5, delay or delegate the remaining tasks from your to-do list. And number 6, to Mr. and Mrs. Yes, to everyone, say no or not now until your one thing is completed. So, number 1 lie, not everything matters equally. No, not everything matters equally. Number 2, raise your hand, confess if you are Mrs. or Mr. Multitasker. I was a king of multitasking. Like I was a king. Just imagine. But I realized that we lose so much time to multitasking ineffectiveness. When you look at this graph, we have a task that we go from point A to point B. But the real thing or what's happening in our life is like something happened, we get a distraction, and then by the time we reorient, we lost time, and then what was supposed to take 5 minutes is now taking half an hour. Just imagine in our typical day, we're spending this amount of time in our one day. And if you're in real estate, which probably the majority of you are, lead generation, just imagine the kind of results that we will get if we spend like half of our day in our one thing. So, talking about time blocking. Number 1, the first thing that you time block is you time block your time up. For me, it's Sunday. I don't work on Sunday. It's been 15 years and it feels great not to work on Sunday. Number 2, the time block you one thing. In our business, lead generation. When are you doing that? And number 3 is time block your planning time. For me, I usually will do that on Friday night or Saturday night. Definitely before Sunday, so I can definitely enjoy my Sunday. So some actions regarding to the multitasking. Distraction is natural. Everyone gets distracted. Have peace with it. We all get distracted. Even right now, you might be getting distracted. Number 2, plan your day early or the night before. Number 3, plan time management. Use your 411 or your GPS or your 135. Number 4, time block, time block, time block. couple of years ago, they asked Mo Anderson, the heart of our company, tell us one of your secrets of your success. Guess what Mo Anderson said? Time blocking. Number 5, be aware of the 4 thieves of productivity. There's things that are stealing our productivity. And number 6, please stop multitasking. Yes, you can do it, but it's not productive and not effective. Now let's go to lie number 3, discipline life. It's not about having more discipline. It's about building habits in our life. We are creatures of habit. When you think about from the time you wake up and that first hour, you usually have a routine. You have built a habit throughout your life. And remember, according to the book and according to studies being done, it takes on average 66 days to build a habit. So actions, don't be disciplined, be a person of powerful habits. Number 2, build one habit at a time over time. Number 3, give each habit enough time. Just don't give up on day number 4. Give each habit enough time. Number 4, eliminate a bad habit and replace it with a good habit. Number 5, start a 66-day challenge. Number 6, listen to the One Thing podcast, episode 353. Lie number 4, willpower is always on willpower. That's what we think. But the reality, we don't have the willpower at all time the same. I bet you don't have the same willpower when you started this morning, today, than the willpower that you have right now. So what are some things that we can do around our willpower? Number 1, acknowledge that willpower is not always in will call. Number 2, don't spread your willpower too thin. Number 3, eat right, exercise, and guess what? Sleep sufficiently. Number 4, time your tasks. Number 5, lead generate in the mornings because that's when you have your highest energy and you're full rested from the night before. And number 6, time block your one thing. And guess what? Do it early. Lie number 6, we need to have a balanced life. That's why we are looking. We want to have that perfect, absolute balanced life. The reality is we are always counterbalancing from work to our life. It's never going to be perfect. You're going to be 50% at work and 50% in your life. No. There's going to be more days that you're going to be more days in your life with your family and other days, more days at work. So some of the actions here. Remember that time waits for no one. Some of you might be spending too much time at work and you're forgetting your family. So it's time to go back and spend some time with your family because time waits for no one. Number 2, meditate and pray for spiritual energy. Number 3, hug, kiss, and laugh with loved ones. Number 4, replace the word balance with counterbalance. Number 5, when you work. And when you play. And number 6, separate your work life and personal life into 2 distinct buckets. Last but not least, last lie, which is probably the worst one, big is bad. Because when we think that big is bad, small thinking start ruling our days. So what are some of the actions so you can change that mindset that big is bad? Big is great. So don't feel failure. Think big, aim high, act bold, live with purpose, and live a life of no regrets. Here's the thing. The ultimate question is why? Why are you doing this? Why you wake up every day to do what you're doing? What gets you in the morning? So maybe you can take away everything of what you find today. And this is why you're like, Jose, I don't know my big why. That's where you need to start. So stop doing everything and do your one thing. So if you're feeling overwhelmed, first thing is find your big why. Number 2, understand that each working hour is worth an amount of money and start making different decisions. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting KW Cares and hope to see you soon.
Hello, I'm Tony Baroni with the Tony Baroni team with Keller Williams Realty. We're located in sunny Florida, and our hub is located in Tampa Bay, and we have an expansion office in Orlando, and we cover the coast to coast of Central Florida, specializing in a couple things, which is relocations and listings. So today I'm really excited to talk about a certain topic that's really made an impact on my life. And it's going to be all around leverage. And today I want to discuss the 10 lessons learned around leverage and share that with you. Hopefully it can help you and you don't have to make some of the mistakes I've made. And remember, just like Gary Keller says, model after someone else, and you're going to learn lots of lessons from them. And hopefully you don't have to have those mistakes yourself. So I'm going to give you a little background on us. We sold 307 homes in 2023 and in 2022. And we've sold 125 million 2 years ago, and last year it was 126 million. So we saw that as a big win in our organization based on the market changes in our area. And that leads us up to, we have about 20 people on our team, approximately, just over 20. And I'm going to talk about some of the lessons today and give you just a little more background. I moved from Illinois back in 2001 from Illinois, where I knew everyone, and got out of my comfort zone and moved to Tampa Bay, Florida, and really knowing just a couple people. So I graduated college, packed my car, moved here, and got started on my journey. My first career was logistics consulting, and I worked for Fortune 500 type companies in the transportation industry. And they would hire someone like myself to look at their accounts, figure out how to save them costs in their logistics department. And then most of them would actually just hand everything over for us to run their logistics department, and learn lots of lessons there. Learn awesome systems, how not to leverage in some cases, and how to work with others and succeed through others at times in order to be able to grow. So I did that from 2001 to 2005. In 2005, I started in the real estate business, and that first full year, I sold about 24 homes. The market was great. It was really, really busy back in 2005. And then towards the end of 2006, 2007. In 2007, I joined KW, and I joined actually a team, and at the time was one of the top teams in Tampa Bay. And I was able to be the listing agent on that team after I proved myself in my first 90 days or so, and was on that team for about 2007 to 2010. And I really didn't want to leave that team. So I want people to hear this. If you have the right leverage around you, talent will stay. And I was one of those, one of the people that didn't want to leave. I really didn't have a desire to start my own team. I really didn't want to learn all of that. And at the time, we just couldn't come to terms on getting some leverage in my life that would allow me to do more business. And during those years, I really did about 40 to 44 transactions every year. And it was some tough real estate years, right? That's 2007 through 2010. And I found I had no more time left. I just didn't have any time to gain. So I really just needed more help in my mind to be able to grow, to achieve all my goals. And we were not able to work that out. And so I started the Tony Baroni team in late 2010 and planned on growing and start hiring people as soon as I could, right? So I was alone for about 3 months. Out of the 19 years I've been in business, I've been on my own for 3 months total before I decided to start hiring other people to work alongside me. And I always felt it's kind of boring by yourself, in my opinion. So I decided I wanted to work with others and, really build a team within that. So wanted to go over some of the background there. Essentially, in late 2010, I was on my own, and I was feeling a lot of pain because I didn't have any help whatsoever, and decided, hey, I'm going to hire my first person, right? And I didn't read the red book, obviously thorough enough, because I hired a buyer's agent first. And as you know, that is not the hire that's recommended in that book. We all do it different, right? And eventually that did not work well for me. And that person did not work out. Apparently hiring the person just next to you because they're breathing is not a good strategy. I didn't know that at the time. So parted ways with buyer's agent. I ended up hiring a administrative assistant and really good EA. I would say will double your business is what I was told. I was skeptical if that would happen. And the first two did not work out, right? So if you've ever done something and you feel like, well, that didn't work, don't give up so easily, right? Because it can work. And every single time you fail, you're going to learn a lesson along the way. And then you can get better and hopefully not make that same mistake twice. So two didn't work out at their 90-day mark. And that was super painful at the time for me. I had to start all over from training someone. And I could not have been busier in my life at that point with small children and running a very successful business, being extremely busy, right? So I ended up hiring the third person. So the third time was the charm for me. And that person was with me for 8 years, right? And that person actually really helped me grow my business. She took away about 80% of all the things I was doing, right? And I was able to focus on sales, which was my job at the time. So don't give up if you haven't had something work out. Don't say it won't work. Just know that life is not supposed to always work out. There's lessons to be learned along the way. And if you learn those lessons, you're going to get better and you're going to eventually figure it out, has been my experience. So I'm going to go over some other milestones throughout my journey here. In 2013, I was really stuck. I really didn't know what to do next. I didn't have any more time. I was living a chaotic life. Again, had small children, didn't see my wife a lot, and just thought there has to be a better way, right? So I ended up hiring a MAPS coach, a full-time MAPS coach in 2013, and that really changed my life. I started taking advice. I always say, being coachable is one of my best talents, and I listened to my coach and I took their advice, even though I fought them a lot along the way. But eventually, he started taking away different jobs that I had so I could focus on what I needed to do. So at the time, I was a photographer on my team. I was a stager on my team. I was a listing manager on my team. I did a lot of roles, right? And I was stretched in many directions. So eventually, he had me first fire myself as a stager, and then fire myself as a photographer, and then fire myself as the listing manager, and find people that were better than me that can take on those roles, right? And that was a life changer for me because I started realizing what was possible with leverage with the right people. And then fast forward to 2015, I went to a Tony Robbins seminar. I went to a business mastery event. And Tony was on stage talking about that you don't really have a business if you can't be away for a day or two without completely being stressed out. And I remember when he said that, I was actually on my phone, and I'm pretty sure Tony Robbins was staring at me at the time. So, and then he talked a lot about speed to the lead and how important that is to capture the business coming in. And I always took a lot of pride in that from my position, but ultimately I just didn't have any more time. My voicemail was full, all the stuff that many people have experienced. So I decided to start an ISA department, an inside sales department at the time. And that has proven to be one of the smartest things I've ever done for my own personal business. And that was 2015. We still have that ISA department today in 2024 as well. So speed of the lead, answer the phone, get back to people. If you do that, you're going to really set yourself up for success. And then the second thing I always talk about is availability. You have to have availability. And if you don't, they're just going to contact someone else, right? Buyers want one thing. They want people to open the door around their schedule when they're ready, right? And then sellers want great comps and a marketing plan that can help them get their property sold for the most money for the least amount of time. Okay, those are the two things that every buyer and seller are looking for. So if you design your team around that, you will be successful. And then in 2017, I replaced myself and I hired a listing agent. And that listing agent walked with me, went on every appointment with me. And we did actually 72 listing appointments, and we took 62 listings in that time frame, right? It was the best I've ever done during a period of time with my conversion. And it was because I had someone watching me and wanting to learn and train with me. So I wanted to teach him the best way possible, right? Well, the I, we, they model, it is they watch me and then I watch them and then they go off and do it on their own, right? And this agent had no experience and he ended up doing 42 listings in his first 60 days, right? Very impressive. That allowed me to go out and practice career visioning and be able to hire all these people that I needed to hire. And he took over my role in sales at the time so I could go off and find amazing talent, which most of them are still with me today that I hired that year, which was pretty incredible. So what's possible if you're able to hire the right people is the question. In 2019, we designed and started a showing model and learned how to do that with our lead buyer specialists. And we started with one and then we added two. She was able to sell 131 homes with two showing specialists and, an awesome support staff as well. So we're still practicing the showing model today and it works really, really well for us, for those people that want to grow a very big business. In 2019, we opened an expansion office in Orlando as well, deciding, well, if we can do this in our hub, we can go do it in the next city over. And that's exactly what we did. We've sold anywhere from 40 to 60 homes every year since then in Orlando. And that's been a really eye-opening experience of what Leverage can do. In 2022, we hired one VA and we eventually grew to 3 VAs, virtual assistants, that are part of our team. They're all full-time. We also have 3 full-time admin as well. So when I'm talking about Leverage, just know that we have really experienced this at a high level. In 2023, we promoted within and gave our director of operations, really found a director of operations that got some of that off my plate, some of that off Kelly's plate, my wife on my team. And that same person was doing about 1/3 of the role. So we worked that out. She's much better at it than me. And we're doing great so far with that. And that was just last year. So realize a lot of our journey, I was the DOO as well as the Rainmaker. So I'm a slow learner with Leverage. And then 2024, we just continue to work on auxiliary businesses, have to do with real estate that we can flow and get business to, right? And then I lead my team on a daily basis and I do not take my eye off the ball. And I'm very, very focused on how to grow the Tony Baroni team and make it the best brand by creating 5-star experiences. So here's 10 lessons I learned along the way that I wanted to share with y'all. The number one is just, so this is 10 lessons learned around Leverage. The first one is the 80-20 rule, right? Pareto law of, essentially what I mean by this is get people in their strength zone, figure out what they're great at, and then go cut them loose and let them go do it, right? Don't have them do all their weaknesses, have them do their strengths. And if you do that and you figure out through the CV process what their strengths are and you can match them to the role, they're going to really enjoy their role and they're going to do a great job and they're going to like it. And you're going to do really well together if you're able to do that. So help people find their strength zone and put them in their strength zone on a daily basis. The other thing about 80-20 rule that I wanted to share is just around hiring people. No one is going to do it like Tony Baroni. No one is going to do it like you. Not exactly, right? So we're looking for about 80% of the way you would do it. It doesn't have to be the exact same way, but we need to look for the same results. So we want 80% of the results from that person that we hire, versus you, right? 100% on you, 80% on them. They're not going to be just like you, is my point. That was a big lesson I learned that has definitely helped me not be as frustrated, right? So Give them the autonomy to be themselves so they can go out and do their role themselves. Number two, weekly leadership meeting. We meet every single week as a leadership team, and we want to know what's happening in each department, and if anything's going wrong, we want to know, and we want to try to help and try to get it fixed. So that's really, really important. Also, weekly meetings in general. This is how our team's set up with our pulse and rhythm every week. We report numbers for a meeting called Monday Mojo. That's 11 o'clock every Monday. We report our numbers out on a live call, so everyone's on the same page with accountability. We also pick a winner once a week on who's the best at their numbers, right? And we give them a shout out and acknowledge them with a $25 gift card. Also, weekly listing meeting. What's coming up on the market? What's the coming soons? Where are we at with all of that? Then weekly contracts for listings. We run a meeting, all the contracts. Here's where we're at. Anything we need to do. We're over communicating with each other on our team. Next, a buyer meeting. All the buyer contracts, right? Every contract, we're going through it. Coming soon on Wednesdays morning, we do coming soon and buyer needs. So we hopefully can match our sellers and buyers together and be able to let everyone know what's coming up on the market. Thursdays right now, we're doing NAR settlement changes just so everyone can talk through that and feel comfortable, do training around it. And then on Fridays, we do something called the MREA series, which is an amazing smart speaker to talk about a certain topic to pour into us. So that's our weekly. Next, we do a weekly coaching for 30 minutes. Pretty self-explanatory. That's one-on-one. That person is to lead the other person. They're talking about pipeline, struggles, successes, personal stuff, right? All of that is a 30-minute meeting once a week. If you don't do that, things can get sideways really, really fast. So our whole organization is really big about that. Weekly training. I already went over, but I think that's just paramount to have in today's world. The I, we, they model I mentioned earlier is how we train. So someone is going to shadow someone for 30 days. Then you're going to shadow them for 30 days. And then you're going to see the results after 30 days on where they're at and make sure they're good to go, not just experimenting on clients, that they know what to do. They're going to master their presentations during that time. They're going to do their presentation to you and you're going to critique it. And then they'll go out in the marketplace and hopefully do a really, really good job. After that, number 7 is every hire should make your entire team better, right? So I always try to hire, and then the person that has a weakness, I am hoping to take away their weakness and hire someone that's their strength, and then together we get better, right? So every hire should make your team better. Number 8, narrow focus equals a big life is what I wrote down. So if you're able to specialize, I believe you're going to crush the competition just in general if you're able to master certain things. And that's how we build our team. Narrow focus equals a big life. Don't be a master of everything. Try to really master 1 or 2 things before you move on to the next. Number 9, embrace failure and learn from it. No promises or there's no promise that everything will be perfect ever. Right? So those lessons are going to make you better. You're supposed to go through them, which is what the lesson is, right? So it's not promised that everything will be perfect. You won't become the person you're supposed to become without going through the negative stuff too, guys. So last but not least is no matter who you are, you can always think bigger, right? Every time I'm in a room with Gary Keller, he always makes me think bigger. And there's always a bigger way to think about things, right? So that's what I got for today. Thanks for listening. 10 lessons learned around leverage. Again, Tony Baroni. We can help you in Florida. You let us know. If we don't cover the area, we'll get you with the best of the best in that area. Thanks for listening and appreciate your time today, and go off and do great things. Thanks so much.
I'm Sarah Reynolds, CEO of Empower Home, and I'm super excited to talk with you about how to multiply your business by leaning into something I'm passionate about, which is called leverage, or like I like to say, succeeding with others. The truth is that I could not have led the number one team in Keller Williams doing over 32 million in revenue, serving over 2,000 families, over 32 million in revenue, over $1 billion in sales volume, while also being a wife, while also being a young mom, having an 11-year-old daughter, a 9-year-old daughter, and a 5-year-old son, if I didn't learn how to succeed with others beside me. So today I'm going to talk about how you can do that, how you can lean into leverage, not just at work, but also at home. So let's dive in and talk about this very important topic, which is leveraging your time by leaning in to succeeding with others. As I said, I'm the CEO of Empower Home. I have the honor of leading a team family of right under 300 remarkable human beings. And through that, we have now grown and led, I have now grown and led the number one team in Keller Williams. So many times I go to events or I'm speaking on stages and they introduce me as the number one realtor in Keller Williams. And I always chuckle because the truth is that last year I didn't sell one house, but yet I'm getting the credit of selling all of the houses. Well, my amazing team worked so hard on selling those homes, and I focus on what I love to do, which is making it rain and providing a lot of opportunities for my team family. We're headquartered, Empower Home is headquartered right outside of Washington, D.C. We serve Virginia, Maryland, and the District of Columbia. We also service Richmond, Hampton Roads, Virginia, Charlotte, North Carolina, Raleigh, North Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia, Orlando, Florida, Houston, and Dallas, Texas, and also Denver, Colorado. And we've done that through leaning into leverage, not just at work, but at home. So 5 things you need to know to start your leverage journey. The first is you need to know yourself. Number 1, you need to know yourself. Number 2, you need to create a not to do list. Number 3, you need to know that leverage starts at home. Number 4 is you need to commit to a 90 days only goal. And number 5, you need to hire a systems lover. So let's dive in. Number 1, you need to know yourself. Do you know that it's 1 in 94 millionth of a chance that someone would have the same strengths as you in the same order? You are unique. You are gifted. You have strengths that no one else has. You have weaknesses that other people have the strengths for. You have things that you love to do. You have things that you don't love to do. So the first thing in leverage is to know yourself. Some resources that I use is first and foremost the KPA. Second is Gallup Strength Finders. And then third is something called the DISC assessment. I would take all of these assessments, read it, spend some time knowing yourself. Know what you're good at. Know what you're not good at. Know what brings you joy. Know what doesn't bring you joy. Know yourself, number 1. Number 2, you need to start with a not to-do list. So many times we operate with, I've got to make my to-do list. I've got to make all the things I have to do today. Well, instead, I want to give you permission today to make a not to-do list. What are the things that you need to do or someone needs to do that you don't like doing? What are things that are on your list that are things that need to get done that don't bring you joy? You can start by making a no list. These are the things I don't want to do. A no thanks list would be like I can do it, but I don't love to do it. Number 3 is I hate doing it, meaning these are the things I really, really don't like to do. And number 4 is this is someone else's opportunity. Make a list and mark each thing of which category are they in. And that becomes your job description of your very first or your very next hire. So number 1, know yourself. Number 2, start with a not to-do list. You see that a clear vision gives you permission to say no so that you can say yes. Every time we say no to something on that list, it gives us an opportunity to say yes. Every time you say no to putting that new listing in the MLS, it gives you an opportunity to go get that next listing, say yes to that next listing. Every time you don't handle the contract to close process, it gives you an opportunity to say yes to going to get that next contract. Because you have a clear vision of where you're going, of what you like to do. So start with that not to-do list. Number 3, leverage often starts at home. One of the things that I've learned through having my amazing babies is that my kids do not care who cooked the meal. They care who eats it with them. So many times leverage actually starts at home. The first thing I want you to do is I want you to calculate your hourly wage. Take your GCI from 2023. So let's, as an example, say it's 100,000. Then you're going to mark how many weeks did you work last year? And let's say it's 50. Okay. Then you're going to say how many hours did you work? Let's say you worked 40 hours a week. That ends up being 2,000 hours a year of work in 2023. Then you take your gross commission income and you divide it by 2,000, and that gives your hourly wage. So what's your hourly wage? In this example, the hourly wage is $50. See, wealthy people treat time differently. They buy it while poor people sell it. The wealthy know time is more valuable than money itself. So they hire people for things that they're not good at or aren't a productive use of their time. Grant Cardone said that. If you are doing things that have a lower hourly wage than your hourly wage, so in this example, $50, right? So cleaning your house, right? Picking up your kids from daycare, mowing your lawn. Every time you do an activity that is lower than your hourly wage, that is actually what you're minimizing your business to. And so if you want to grow a business, if you want to multiply your business, it actually starts with understanding that leverage many times starts at home. So we want to encourage you. I want to give you permission today to buy time at home. What are some things you can do? These are just some resources. StitchFix.com. Get a housekeeper, get a lawn care, dry cleaning delivery, personal assistant, a nanny, going to a program that has a mom's day out, college kids drivers for kids activities on breaks, Amazon Subscribe and Save. Hire a fish tank cleaner, a garden weeder, a poop picker upper, a pool cleaner. List apps like Wunderlist, Instacart, meal prep like Plated or Blue Apron, Sunday meal prep, leveraging spouse and kids, having your spouse, having your kids work for you. The key here is that I want to encourage you not just to learn leverage at work, but to learn leverage at home. Because many of you in your home are not seen as the real job. You know, you're the one that's responsible for pickup. You're the one that's responsible when the nurse calls and your kid's sick at school and that you have to go pick them up and go home. You're the one that does sports drop-offs. You're the one that does the doctor's appointments because your family doesn't look at you like you have a real job. The truth is you have a huge opportunity in front of you with this career to build something pretty remarkable. Like I've had the honor of doing, but I had to lean in to leverage, not just at work, but at home. So number one, know yourself. Number two, make that not to-do list. Number three, know that leverage starts at home. Number four, save enough money to pay your hire for 90 days. Okay, so many times we think that we need to hire someone and that we're stuck with their salary for the whole year. Well, the truth is that in 90 days, you're going to know whether or not someone is talented enough for you to keep, for them to stay in their position. You're only hiring them for 90 days. By the 90th day, they should be starting to get a return on what you've spent. So save enough money to be able to pay them for 90 days, even if that means starting with part-time. Hire someone part-time, right? You don't have to hire someone full-time. Hire someone part-time to do the things on your not to-do list. The key is to make the hire and do that by saving enough money to where you can stay committed to them for 90 days. And within 90 days, they will get you the return on that money. Number five, hire someone who loves systems. Most of us that are good with people and sales are not the best at systems. Okay, so you want to hire someone who loves systems. Okay. How you do that is you want to follow a hiring process. I follow the process of career visioning, which you do a missing persons report, which is your not to-do list. That's your job description. You do a resume review and a phone interview, and then you stop and reflect. Who are the best people to move to the next phase? Then you do the KPA and the thought process questions and the life story and the future self. Then you stop and reflect and you narrow down who are the best out of that group. And then you move the best to the group interview, the reference checks, and you stop and reflect. And then you do the offer letter and the expectations conversation. All of this you can learn by taking the career visioning class. I highly recommend that you take that class and lean in to leverage, but you want to follow a proven process of hiring. You want to narrow it down to at least 2 Rockstar finalists. You don't want to be stuck with just one. You want to have 2 to where when you have that expectation conversation, if it doesn't go well, you have that next one to go to. Okay. You want to then time block 1 to 2 hours daily to train that person for at least 90 days. Remember, you can hire, but if you're setting them up for failure because they don't know how to succeed in their job, then that's on you. That's not on them. So you want to make sure that you're time blocking 1 to 2 hours a day to spend time with them for the first 90 days. Well, guys, I hope you got something out of this training about leverage. If you like what you heard, I'm a co-host on the podcast called Empire Building. We talk about how to build a big business, but an even bigger life. And I'm passionate about that because the only way to do that is by learning to succeed through others. I would love for you to subscribe to our podcast, Empire Building. I would also love for you to follow me on Instagram. My Instagram handle is SarahReynoldsAji.com. Sarah Reynolds Aji, OJI. So Sarah Reynolds, like Reynolds Wrap, and then OJI. Follow me on Instagram for other tips on leverage and how to succeed with others. Now, before I go, I have the honor of closing out this amazing event. And in my office, you will see I've got lots of awards up there. Okay. Lots of awards. I also have an award right here. And my most favorite award, over the years in building this awesome business, I've been recognized for different things. But I will tell you, a lot of awards don't do it for me anymore, but one does. And that's the award that I've gotten now for many years, being the #1 donor to KW Cares in my region, and normally in the top 5 of all of KW Cares in KW Cares. And it's an honor. It's a privilege to get that award. And why it is because I believe that money is good for the good that it does. We have an amazing opportunity as realtors to be in an industry where our profit margins can be 20, 30, 40%. If you look at other business profit margins, they're many times less than 10% they have the opportunity to get to. But we're in an industry where we can have massive profits by leaning in to leverage and succeeding through others. But you see, the reason we've been gifted that, because to whom much is given, much is required. We've been gifted a model, a proven model on how to make a lot of money in real estate. We have a plan, a roadmap on how to hire, how to succeed with others. And when you do that, your business grows. And much was given to us, which means that much is required. We are obligated to give back. And one of my most proud organizations, a worthy cause to give back to, is called KW Cares. For years, I've been a top donor of KW Cares. I believed in it with all of my heart, giving to it. But last year, it really hit home. And when I say home, I mean the Empower Home family. I'll never forget it. It was about 1.5 years ago. I got a call from one of my leaders saying we've had an emergency with one of our newer agents. Her name is Dawn. She was showing houses to one of the buyers. We had set her up on an appointment. She did the buyer profile with them. She sat down with them. She got them going. And it was time to show houses, an exciting time looking at houses. She was showing an older home and opened up the door to walk out onto the deck. And when she did, the deck was not attached to the house and it collapsed with her on it. Thanks be to God that her clients hadn't yet gone out. Thankfully, she went first. And I hate saying that because of what it has done to her life, but she would say that too. She fell. She ended up breaking her leg, her hip. She ended up having to have multiple surgeries. She couldn't show houses anymore. She had just started building steam. She had over 10 buyers signed buyer agreements she was working with. She was finally starting to make production, make it work. And then this happened, a complete tragedy in her life. She was responsible for so much financially at home. And at the same time, she was willing to do the work, but now she couldn't. So we applied for a KW Cares grant. I didn't know what it was going to be like. It was the first time that there was a case within our team family that I felt like we really needed it. A few months went by, and she finally came back into the office. So she went through lots of surgeries. She started rehab. She still, months later, could not put any weight on her foot. But a few months after her surgery, she came in, she wheeled herself into our team meeting. And with tears in her eyes, I leaned down, she started crying, and she just said, "Thank you." She was shaking, saying, "Thank you, thank you. If it weren't for KW Cares, I don't know where I would be," is what she said. You know, I'm proud to be part of the #1 brokerage in the world. I'm proud to be partners with people like Gary Keller in impacting lives. But you know what I'm really proud of? I'm proud that we have a company that doesn't just think about what we do. They think about how they can support us in times of need. Many times when hurricanes hit, KW Cares is the first one on the ground with the truck with supplies. That's our company. But you see, KW Cares does not exist without donors, without donations from myself, from you. It does not exist. Most likely, Dawn is now back out working and serving buyers. A year and a half later, it's taken her quite the year, but she's now back out there serving families, making an impact on buyer and sellers' lives. But if it weren't for KW Cares, she knows, she has said she would not be in this industry anymore. You see, money is good for the good that it does. You have an opportunity to follow a blueprint to make massive amounts of money, not just for your family. And yes, do I want you to make it for your family? Absolutely. But I want you to make it to then give back to worthy causes like KW Cares. You know, giving to KW Cares, it's easy. There's multiple ways you can give. My most favorite way to give is on every single commission, my team see because of leverage. I forgot what they're called. I think they're called DAs. Okay, I want to say green sheets. Okay, but DAs. Okay, you put on there every transaction that this amount is going to go to KW Cares. So before you even see it, right? Another way is KW Cares has auctions and different things that you can get involved in every single year to give back. The point I'm trying to make is don't wait to give to when you need it and wished at one point you gave. Give now and watch the remarkable difference that you can make in people's lives and in those that make our industry their calling, like you do. When they need help to stay in, when they have a life-altering disease that hits them, when they're showing houses and they have an accident, or a hurricane comes and all of their property was destroyed, whatever it might be, I don't want there to ever be a time for KW Cares to say, we don't have enough funds to help. But it starts with every single Keller Williams agent making the commitment to give back. Give back to the company. You're not giving back to the company, you're giving back to the fellow agents that call Keller Williams their work family. But give back through the company that has given so much to us, through giving us the millionaire real estate agent model of how to make massive amount of wealth, through that have given us classes that we can learn how to leverage and to succeed through others. So today, I want you to multiply your business. I want you to grow your business, but please, as you do that, do not forget how you learned. And as you do that, give back to those in need through the amazing worthy cause of KW Cares. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. I hope you got a lot out of this series, and I cannot wait to see you implement it, and not only implement it to have a big business, but to have an even bigger life. Bye guys, and big hugs.
Wow. Sarah Reynolds brought it, didn't she?
She always brings the heat.
We had our team here, our market center, they had to go get tissues. Caitlin, our great ATL, had to go get a whole box. She had to go to Sam's Club during the break. So we want to obviously too give it out to Dawn. That was a cool story. Thanks for sharing. And Sarah, what she was talking about is transactional giving. We really need your guys' help. And if you would, Kelly, maybe hold up. Let me get a high five from you. I haven't got a high five from you. I like to do 5, just so you know, $5 is all we need from every single associate. Go ahead and put $5 in your transactional giving, and your amazing MCAs can help you do that. Really, really simple. And we got a couple fun announcements. I want to do one real quick and just tell you, Kelly, do you know how many regions have already given over $10,000?
I feel like I would be a better host had I done that research during the break.
No, team effort. It just rolled in, like Ryan Seacrest. It just rolled in. 14, I just got it. 14 regions. So give it up to the 14 regions, over $10,000. And we got a new total. I have right here, 385,585. Woo! And I will tell you, one more drum roll. Let's keep the class and keep the hype going. Drum roll, we just got word. Mo Anderson is not going to let us not hit goals and kick butt and be awesome. She's giving us a check for $25,000. Amazing job. Thank you, Mo. Always leading from the front and leading from the heart. We truly, truly appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you to everyone. And, Zoom is trying to keep us down again. They said, hey, we might lose Zoom. But thank you guys for letting us go a few minutes over. I want to thank all the speakers, all the guests, everyone that attended, everyone donated. And I think you're going to roll with one last thing for us.
I do. So we've talked about that VIP package. And I know if you've been a great agent, you have been so focused on your time here today that you haven't switched over to do that in the middle of all of our learning. But now's the time to do that, because when our event ends, the VIP package will go away. So you won't be able to later sign up for the playbook or the t-shirt. Who doesn't love the swag? So if you are looking to upgrade your ticket today to a VIP ticket, you can do that. Also, if you're here and you're on a Market Center watch party, which, by the way, last year we had one Market Center do our watch party. This year we have had so many. So first off, to our Market Center leadership, thank you for bringing this value to your agents. But if you're sitting there in that meeting, well, you got all this amazing content, and thank you to your Market Center. If you want the t-shirt and the playbook, you're going to need to sign up for that VIP package. So kwcares.org/ in one direction or the other, multiply, and then make sure you use that code upgrade when you're checking out. That way it will reduce your total by what you have already put in for your ticket today. But we'd love to share one last video with you to close out, because if there's any moisture left in your face, we want to take it from you, just like your money for KW Cares. So I'd love to be able to just show with you some KW family members sharing how KW Cares has impacted their lives and their stories. And from Mike and I to you guys, thank you, thank you, thank you for plugging in, participating, and go multiply your business.
I was fortunate enough to receive a KW Cares grant when my husband passed away in February of 2020. I really don't know what I would have done without that grant. Very, very thankful that KW Cares is out there for us.
A few years ago, an agent in our office who was a single mom was diagnosed with terminal cancer. It was stage 4. Through KW Cares and the efforts of our office, we were able to retire her from real estate so she could spend the last year of her life with her children and not have to worry about her bills or work or anything else.
We have been giving to KW Cares since we joined Keller Williams. You see it at the conventions and you can feel it, everything that it does, but until it happens to you, you really don't understand the scope of what Keller Williams can do. And it was not until we got hit by this Hurricane Ian. They offered aid immediately. I got so many care calls making sure that me and my family are okay.
I live in Louisiana, so we are a hurricane-prone region, of course.
and I've seen KW Cares at work in a large scale there and have participated in those efforts.
My husband was diagnosed with brain cancer, and suddenly we found ourselves in a situation where we were just drowning in medical bills. I became my husband's full-time caregiver and taking care of our 3 children and our home and our animals and everything else that was going on. I reached out to KW Cares, and before I knew it, they took so much off of our plate. And in a time when I felt like I was drowning, they threw me a life raft. So thank you for your help and your compassion, and for saving me in a moment where I felt like I was drowning, and so did my family.
I've not only seen Keller Williams Cares work around me, but I've seen it work for me. So in 2021, my son was re-diagnosed with leukemia for the second time. KW Cares actually paid for every single penny of expense associated with me having to live in New Orleans for about 6 months in order to save my son's life.
I'm a part of the cultural committee for my own brokerage, and I get to work with KW Cares projects every day.
I know that KW's got my back, that there's people and systems in place that they do truly care about us as their agents.
When someone needs you, you're there, and our office does that. It's our entire company does that. Keller Williams shows up, and I think that is the most powerful culture.
KW is a company that supports people and doesn't just see the community at large as, a place, that you go to get business. To see a company that backs up that same kind of mentality is important to me. It says something to me about the value of the company, about the mindset of the people that run KW, and that's the sort of thing I want to be associated with.
Please keep giving to KW Cares, because they really do help agents like me and our families when we're going through something that is unexpected and completely devastating. So thank y'all again.
The culture of caring means so much to me.
A good little short story I like to tell is I actually had another brokerage try to recruit me recently, and KW Cares interviewed us after they helped us out, my son and I, and they put together this absolutely lovely video kind of showing, highlighting how they helped us out. And so when that brokerage messaged me wanting to set up a meeting, I simply sent them the video that KW Cares made so that they could see how special this company is to me. And then I'm going absolutely nowhere's no time soon. So the culture's phenomenal, and I'm eternally grateful for it.
People care for each other, support each other when they are in need. Really touch me and make me feel KW is my family. It's not my work, it's family.